Good evening. How do I open the what's it? Oh, stream manager button. I can do all the things from here. Auto find the emoji for me. Is there an axe emoji that feels appropriate to zombie hunting? Yes. Beautiful. As much as I'm a hater of Yahoo search, it's actually kind of more efficient than Google. At least we're finding stupid things like emojis or whatever. I don't think we've attempted it for real information yet. But one day. Is there like a pen or marker emoji? That works. Oh, the pin is updated. I should make something love monthy, but we'll get there. Serena spam. Oh, it's a song. That was confusing. Welcome to the stream, The Dreams Project. Welcome to our Sunday sesh. Always a pleasure to see you all. Welcome, welcome. I don't think that needs to stay open now. I can control it from my phone. It makes me happy. Let's pop into some games and then we'll go see Miss PB. Miss PB and Jelly. But she's just a big cutie. Coffee. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. It's a choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. I hope everyone's had a lovely, lovely weekend so far. I missed you, babies. But PB had fun hanging out with you guys last night. He was being a cute little biscuit. He was being an EB girl last night. That's okay. It was Catter Day. It was her day. We don't want to blur it. We want to take it away. Remove the background. Yes, game. You want to launch. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. I forgot we did upgrades last time. We just left them running. Did they keep going correctly? Yes? I think so. That's exciting. You've got mail. Here's the mail, it never fails. It makes me wanna wag my tail. When it comes, I wanna wail. Mail. We're regressing today or something. I woke up with the Barney theme song stuck in my head. Barney is a dinosaur from our imagination. That. Stranger danger. It was interesting. It was stuck there until probably about 11 a.m. and it was a lot to take in. 11 out of 10 would not recommend, but an interesting experience. No idea how that came to be. Do I need to select those things? I never even looked at this before. Oh crap. Maybe. It's something to look at later. Here, let's not let me be the Attack on Titan over here. It's probably better to flip this too. Dun dun dun. Whoa, look at us. We're on the other side of everything. Whoa. Like a radar situation. That was interesting. What the hell is that? It's like a cursed image. It's both cute and disturbing. I don't know how I feel about that one. Ooh, we get things next. A knife. Let's go for a knife. Forge me a knife. Draw me a sheep. Resources are depleted. I guess pants are good too. Some survivor jeans. I wonder what Sydney Sweeney thinks about those. It's exciting. I'll take it. I'll take it. Put it in my pocket. Grab all the free stuff. Oh, that's a no-no box. I forgot about that one. It is there, but it is not for me. It's not very zombie hunting song. That's a little more apropos. What did we win? Congratulations, you got 10. Cute. Rebuild civilization. I don't know if we're there yet. We're still working on surviving the current civilization. Special promo. What a streak. We're so fancy. So fancy. So fancy. A box. Looks like a fancy, ridiculously overly handsome, fluffy-haired romance novel person. That was an excellent description. I don't know about that one. Where all of our loot fall under other. doesn't feel the most useful. Which is okay. But is it ideal? Perhaps not. Not yet. Flying too close to the sun, Serena. Have we not put this up like 3 different times? I'm convinced this is a glitch. No, now it's officially there. Before we had to like green check it whenever we putting a new thing in. I don't know what actually needs to go up first. Headquarters. That's a long time. A day. Jeez Louise. I don't think it's worth that many gems. It's just not. That's a lot of troops. Woo! Was it events that gave us the goes befores? Yes. Legendary. Except we can't. Do we loot up? I made mistakes in the beginning of this game, not realizing that everyone needs to kind of be swapped around evenly. I mean, easy peasy stuff. We have a slight disadvantage. Well, that's not good. Even with him? Charlie and Aaron are the most powerful. Is it worth it? If we have a slight disadvantage, then it's just the luck of the draw, really. I would imagine. Fuck around and find out. Get him. Get him. Get him. He's surviving. I think. Oh, we did it! Look at us. We're so good. Bravo. Do we need to heal? Hostable. I've been using a gem on that. It takes 3 seconds. I have questions. Oh, it's important, you say. Go, go, go. Oh, that felt good. Ah. Stranger danger. They're beating me in the race. No, they're not. Winning. It's the little things in life. Oh, think not. Ooh, it's rare. Let's transport some supplies. The Water War, the Arms Race. I don't think those are very creative titles. Oop. Almost missed home. Ooh, it's special. All the resources. It's not very far, it doesn't seem. Home. Home, James. More rarities. I think it's 2 times speed-ups. Serena giveth and Serena trieth to not taketh away. Oh, that's not home. How did they get a bubble? I want a bubble. I want to be a snow globe. I'm jelly. Can I change the name of this somewhere? Ah, where is the settings thing? It's like hidden deep in the delves of something. Where? There. Maybe not. Oh. Is it for stuff across the top? I only care about the one that says what everyone else is doing. I don't care what everyone else is doing. No. It doesn't exist. Salty. I guess not. Thought maybe though. One more rarity. Scoop up the good stuff. Successfully picked up. Oomy, zoomy, zoomy, zoo. Oh, it's foggy. It's uncomfortable. I can't see. It's all nice and clear over here. So we should like actually get the stuff that we're getting. Maybe. Victory! That was surprising. What were we doing over here last time? Where this was, yeah, interesting situation of circumstances. What does our advantage do if we have her versus her? Evenly matched? Or major advantage? Let's try evenly matched. And if we need an advantage, we'll get it. find a way. It's Jurassic Park. Life finds a way. Get out of the way. None of that. Strong enemy incoming. Oh, don't. Just turn around and go the other way. That's a choice. It's not a positive choice. You don't have to come this way. You're choosing to. It's a choice. And talk to the monsters like I talk to the zoo. Are we making positive choices today? Kind of. Kind of. Liam's battle manual and Charlie's battle manual. Charlie Bear, are you battling? Charlie met Void earlier. And they did so good together. Shouldn't say they met. Zero tolerance policy. Charlie broke into Void's room and started eating her food, which was very cute of her. Very silly. But not necessary. But they coexisted. And I feel like with cats, coexistence is simply a win in and of itself. They're not like dogs. They're not always gonna love each other. If they can tolerate each other, it's a good life. Good job, Zeke. Proud of you, son. Oh, do we push our luck yet again? Thank you for those background sound effects. It's very cute and silly of you. Give me a big army! Thank you. Oh god. It's a very big army. You get more? More? The biggest army you've ever had? Oh, that's redonkulous. We are all powerful. I've never been more powerful in my life. Of course, it's not when there's a big boss, but still. It's wild. A box. I got the stuff and the things. Nice. I mean, at the risk of jinxing it, does anyone ever get bit by zombies again, or was it just the one girl at the beginning of the game? That's it. What is this? I don't even know what I'm trying to accomplish here. That's a bit far. I don't know what that does. We'll find out in 4 hours. I feel like it should be a train though. It's the Doomsday Express, but it's a truck. It doesn't feel correct. Come correct or don't come at all. Yeah, I accidentally denied the person the last time. Definitely. I did not mean to. Oh, there's a bopper. Bopper, bopper. Do we have to recruit everyone? Is that like a good or a bad idea, I wonder? All the levels for you, baby boo. Stranger danger. Search. Heroes, loot, stuff, and things. We already have Grandma. Do 3 more of these. Oh, you're new. Modern Dark Magician Girl? It's cute. He reminds me of the dude from, oh, frack, what is the movie? Atlantis, the Lost Empire. Looks basically the same. They're twinning. But he's like the steampunk version. I find it interesting the inspiration they draw from other characters for this, but like invert their clothing style colors. Like his jacket is green, his shirt is tan, and then vice versa. Similar hair, similar face shape, similar glasses. I don't know if he has like leg gear going on, I don't remember. He has some kind of satchel, I think. She's supposed to be a Harley knockoff, or is she inspired by an Overwatch character? I feel like I remember there being an Overwatch character that's similar to her. Level up our lumberjack friend. Jeez, buddy. I didn't mean to neglect you for so long. I'm sorry. That's my bad. Lord. It's a lot of talent, sir. I feel like he's a mighty man. I thought I had that all the way. Let's go with that. We have 2 more. Oh. But wait, there's more. How far does this actually keep extending? Oh, not very. I thought it went on for like constellations of infinity. He's critical or something else is critical? What? What are you missing, sir? One more. I'll fill in the blank over there. No battle manuals for you. What about Mad Eye Moody? Nope. You got nothing. The lumberjack friend is good to go. Yeah, we put him to the limit. To the limit, limit. More. The skills. Talent points are only level ups. Level up, Grandma. She's so cute. And she has like this bear situation going on. She's so cute. Oops. I thought it would turn her around, not swap between characters. Like I've tried to move through the game that way before. Kyler, please. Nothing for our new friend yet. Nothing for our other new friend yet. Aw, poor dears. Do 2 of enough items? Not anymore though. No mas. It is upgrading. Stinky butt. Is there a 24-hour speed up? What would they divvy it out as? I don't know about that. I don't know. Is that gonna take all of the 60-minute speed ups? I mean, we always get more. What does it matter? An oil factory. It produces oil. That's exciting. That check mark. That's what I was waiting for with this. The Battle Center, which I guess has finally sorted itself out. It's a lot for free. It's compensating for something. Is it you who wanted something with that? I thought it was Charlie who was being demanding. I suppose not. Only Charlie the cat is demanding. Welcome, Cyogenics. Hi, hi, hi. All the buttons. Thank you so much again for the 21 months. You are awesome. You are awesome. Awesome human alert. Did it just talk to me? I have TTS like or not even TTS, but like announcements passively set up, and every once in a while they work. Did it just talk? No, stranger danger. Not you. Everything else in the world. Thank you so much. You are wonderful and amazing. Thank you for the 21 months. I saw yesterday with Miss PB, and I got you up on the board. Where's my silly camera control? Otherwise, I'm a liar if I can't be a proofer. Look, we're backwards, but we're there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Haunted. I think it did. Kickbot is honestly so simple, but so complicated. Like, it makes sense linearly. I think it's a me issue. I think it's a skill issue. It makes sense linearly up to a point for me. And then I get so far into the balls of whatever I'm trying to do that I get lost in the sauce and I don't know what the next steps are. It's like passively set up, but like not completely set up, but only toggles sometimes, and I don't know. We'll learn it one day. Happy Yorbeth. Welcome to Yorbeth. I don't know why that's coming out of my mouth Scottish. I feel like it should come out in like more of a Slavic fashion, but no, it's coming out Scottish. It's a walking contradiction. That's what that is. One of these is new. You're saying there's one there. What? None of them are new. You're a liar. Lies. Slander and lies. Oh, I forgot we have this. Only do one at a time. So I think the only thing I liked about Game of Thrones better than this, otherwise I like them equally, is you could run 2 at a time for Game of Thrones. I liked that one. Booms with the window. It better not be. I got shorts under my skirt. It better not be. Better not be. I don't even know how to say the second one. Today fast yourself. I don't know what that's actually supposed to be. But it's lovely and beautiful and thank you. I don't know any Scottish phrases. I just know the... What was it, a Skittles commercial? I don't even remember what it was a commercial for. I think it was Skittles. Walking oh, maybe it was Starburst? Starburst? I don't know where that was coming from. We have many accents tonight, apparently. Starburst? What candy was it? Starborscht. I've been craving borscht so bad. I want to make it. I'm just never have cooked beets that are like not canned before. Well, I've never cooked beets at all before. I've only had canned and jarred beets before. And I'm nervous to try it. I'm nervous about buying beets too, because like how do you know they're the right ripeness or whatever they need to be? I've dyed my hair with beet juice before. I like canned beets. I like pickled beets. I like jarred beets. I like beets. But I've never cooked them before. I think I have, though. Oh, God. I think I have my... Should still have... This should be my email from high school. Because it's my MySpace name. My Polish high school boyfriend, I asked for his mom's borscht recipe before we were on not best terms. And I should have it in here. Somewhere deep down in the delves of Borscht is a soup. There's two different ways that it's made, either Slavic or Balkan, and that kind of just depends on whether it's more like consistency soup, like it has chunks of things in it, versus like a smooth, like pureed version. Also, like the spice and the ingredients slightly differ, but they're mostly the same ingredient wise. It's just the preparedness that kind of changes the texture and outcome of either. The Polish one is a little bit more smooth, like pureed together. More Slavic versus Balkan would be like with a more consistency, like everything would just be chopped finely, like a regular soup versus blended. Winter is the soup times. Dene means don't fash. So what does fash mean? Getting yourself is yourself. I'm assuming. You know what happens when you assume. Borscht is so good. It's so good. Also, when it's Polish versus like Russian, it's a little bit more spicy too. I think there's horseradish to it. Google is just prettier to me. I'm trying Yahoo, but I can't anymore. Against my will trying it. But so like that's more smooth, but then there's a white version too. It's like sausagey. This would probably be approximately what we would make, where it just is like a broth, but it's thicker than just broth. It's very good. That's not what I had though. What I had was like a little bit spicy when she made it. It was very, very good. I went to find that. No, I don't care about signing in faster. I did not know that's how borscht was spelled non-American style. Bubsha approved red bush. Do you like this one's chunkier? Chunker. It's chunker. It's chunker. Fash is anger. I think flushed with anger. Don't anger yourself. Oh, that's whether it's Scottish, English, whatever tone you're taking with that. Don't say that to a woman. Calm down. That is the wrong move, sir. Bay leaves are not very tasty. As someone who grew up with a lot of homemade soup and stews and whatnot and has accidentally eaten a few bay leaves, they're not very tasty at all. But they add... They I don't know exactly what their purpose is, but I'll look it up in a second. But my impression of what a bay leaf does is it kind of wicks up what too much of flavors would be, and it lets out like a mellow flavor that balances it all. It's not necessarily like absorbent. Let's see what Google has to say. I know to put them in, but I really don't know what they do. I just know like they're important. Many chefs believe the bay leaves... Oh, so it's not even like a factual thing. Add depth to the flavor of a dish. I mean, you can tell the difference if it's in soup or not. I don't know about borscht, but definitely with like chicken soup. More brothy soup. Infused dishes with a woodsy flavor that has subtle notes of eucalyptus and clove. I wouldn't say it has anything to do with clove. It just kind of balances everything. Apparently no one else has a clear answer either. They're koala food. The mighty koalas. Koalas are so cute. I thought they eat eucalyptus. Maybe if it tastes like it, it's good enough. Put them in your marinara sauce and you make it. I don't think I've ever done that one. And that sounds like it would be interesting. I bet it's good. I've only done it with soups and stews. Could I just search borscht? It's there! You know how happy this makes me? Okay, what did they use to make it spicy? Nothing. I remember it having a distinct spice to it, though. His mom's borscht was so good. Do not dox anyone with how I'm laying this out here. There you go. So it's going to be a bunch of fresh beets, about 2 pounds, carrots, celery, parsnip. Is parsnip kind of spicy? Bay leaf, allspice, 2 cloves of garlic, salt and pepper, dried boletus mushroom. What kind of mushroom is that? Kind of an expensive mushroom. What would be similar? Substot. Oh, porcini mushrooms. Those would be easier to find. Dried majoram and some vinegar. It's made with no meats or fats. So I was so excited that it was vegan, because it's very rare that I go to like a family party for something and I can eat things. I always kind of assumed there was some horseradish in it. That's what made it spicy. Does parsnip have a similar flavor to horseradish? I don't think I've had a lot of parsnip in my life. Maybe like a little bit in salads. Actually, I think there's a pear salad I got somewhere that has parsnip in it. It's like the cats, I fits, I sits. It has eucalyptus notes, therefore it is koala food. Vegetable stock by boiling carrots, celery, parsnip, dried mushrooms together. You can also add celery. Do they have to be dried, though? I don't know how to buy fancy mushrooms. I buy the cheap little plastic box of either white or brown mushrooms. You can also add celery root. Peel and roughly cut beets. Bring the stock down to a simmer and add raw beets and bring up to a simmer. What? Bring down to a simmer and bring up to... I guess because you're adding cold ingredients. Okay. Do not boil or the borscht will lose its color. Add bay leaf, 5 or 6 allspice balls. Since when does allspice come in balls? Mother. Mince garlic with a little salt. Add dried majoram. Bag of beet soup, Polish stores, aisle by Nor, or others I can supply. Or others, or I can... Oh! I didn't even read through all of this before! Okay, this email is from many years ago. When did I actually... From 2012. 2012. That was so nice of her. But I think it's a little too late to, like, reach out. Mrs. S, do you have any beet soup? Oh. I mean, like, I guess to be fair, like, maybe she assumed that we would stay together at that point, and we broke up shortly after. So, oops. She liked me, and she was sweet, but his dad didn't like me. I wasn't Polish enough. Like, literally. I'm a mudblood. Add a little vinegar to help with the color, and add tang, not more than 1/4 cup to a pot of soup. Be made with beet broth, but not for Christmas. It has to be made for fasting. Also, you can add cream or sour cream for Ukrainian borscht. That too. I forgot that there's... I don't know if Ukrainian would be Slavic or more Baltic leaning, though. There's a cold not... Oh, why didn't I read through the instructions? I was just excited to have the recipe. Serena. Oh, there's a cold non-cooked version of the soup. Let me know if you want the recipe. Yes, I would like it, but like... I cannot reach out to this human being anymore. They have a whole wife and a whole new life. Like... No. Like, Like, we're on good terms as adults. I probably could, but, like, Actually, when I first started camming, I had no idea how to use Snapchat, and he was the only person that I trusted to reach out to explain my what I'm doings. And he taught me how to use Snapchat, because Snap used to be really weird, and I don't even know if I can make an example anymore. Okay, hi, face, dumb, picture, selfie. I don't even remember what the layout used to be, but it was mostly to the tune of, like, you have your send toggle button, whatever, at the top, but there was also the arrow that would come up at the bottom. Why that isn't coming together, I don't know. Whether you would press for it to go to your story or to a person or nowhere. So you could theoretically, this is what fucked me up with Snapchat. You could theoretically take your picture and post it to nothing by not selecting your story or who you were sending it to, because I think those were the only options at the time. I don't think there were private stories or whatever. You just press the little arrow at the bottom, and then it would go to nowhere other than your camera roll to save the copy. And I couldn't figure out how to make it go places. I didn't know that I had to select that it would go to my story or wherever it was going to. I couldn't figure it out for like a week. And then I chose to contact the most tech-savvy person I knew at the time. Did I die? And then I was learned. Sure, the dried mushrooms, the first step is to rehydrate them. I think based on the recipe, the rehydration is being a part of the soup. Where is the... I mean, the mushrooms are optional anyway, but I like mushrooms. You're baking a vegetable stock, so I guess they would bloom within the stock. That would make sense. Should we make borscht for Valentine's Day? Filthy mudblood. Actually, so I like, in a sense of like adapting it to real life, where people are racist and awful, or in the sense of they're just such Potterheads that calling one a mudblood is, ugh. I will curse you. Wingardium Leviosa, yo bitch ass. I mean, it used to run on unicorns and rainbows because the most popular filter for the longest time was the barfing rainbows one. So, I mean, I could tell you that and it would be true. Technically. It was just a very, very, very fucky interface to start with. Now I feel like if I first started using Snapchat now, it would make sense. But at that point in time, it did not make sense. I'm still slightly disadvantaged. What is he? 29? Would he be a better choice, though? I don't know. We'll find out. Charlie and Stan. Get him, Charlie. Get him, Stan. Those silly Potterheads. I'm not gonna lie, I find it kind of sickly and rudely hilarious when those kind of fandoms get so taken seriously IRL. It makes me have a stupid little giggle inside, and I'm not proud of that, but I'm not ashamed of it either. It's kind of like there's nothing wrong with it, but I'm gonna end, I can't help but have a little giggle over it. Kind of like Disney adults. Like, no shame to your game, enjoy what you like. But it becomes your whole persona, and something that you feel deep in your chest. And that's a bit much. IMO. Racist novel is also an option when humans are involved, unfortunately. Welcome to our wonderful world. Heal. Heal. Isn't humanity just wonderful? If you can even call it that. Sometimes. Free upgrade. I'ma upgrade you. What do we get now? Okay. Resources are depleting. Well, that sounds like a you problem. Just saying. I don't think that's on me. I got defeated. I got depawed. I got defeated. My god, I was blaming Gunther for so long for putting my leg to sleep, but right now I'm sitting in the same way I would as if he were on my lap, even though he's not on my lap, and my foot's falling asleep. I blamed Gunther for nothing for so long. Oopsies. Shame on me. Gotta catch 'em all. Stuff. What was that bottom one called? Mutual assistance, super value purchase. That's a mouthful. Ow. That's way too asleep. I am so glad that I started back on my physical therapy the other day. Last night my knee locked up while I was sleeping, and I woke up and it was horrible, and Zeke's never seen that happen before. And he freaked out because I was screeching my brains out. I felt really bad. It kind of low-key traumatized him. But you can't help it. Wake up in pain and you can't regulate your mind for a moment to say like, oh, you know, it's not a big deal. Just breathe through it. No, you just screech. And he got very, very concerned. I felt bad. I don't care about constructing the battle center. Oh my god. Just take it then, bitch. Just take it. Train. But hopefully within the next couple of days that will never happen again in my life. Ow, now my leg is really, really dingly. Dingly. You once saw some full-grown adults playing Quidditch in a field. Certainly found it entertaining, but probably not for the same reasons that they did. Aww. Were they like full-on LARPing? Or just Quidditching? Like costumes and everything, or just the concept? Costumes or concept? We got both? Oh no. Of course not. It's no perfect world. I really love that when I was in school, every teacher, because Harry Potter was relevant the whole time I was in school. I think I read the first book in like 2nd grade, so it had to have come out a little bit before then. And then by the time I was about to graduate or graduate, when did the last movie come out? The second part of the last one. I think it was right around there. I loved when it was always released around my birthday. I think all of the Harry Potters came out in November. But every single gym teacher we had in school always tried to replicate Quidditch in some way. And it never quite came about. But they tried. And it's a little goofy to think back on. But it's also, I guess, wonderful of them to have tried to do something so relevant and cool. But it just never worked out in the way us nerds wanted it to. Not that I had a better way of doing it. But they didn't have a better way of doing it either. One of my gym teachers in grade school was so mean to me because I'm not athletic. And she was one of those very, very athletic human beings. Like sports, everything, life, fitness, etc. And I was just not motivated to be a part of that. But turns out she worked with my dad at McDonald's where my dad had his first job. And after she found that out, I think she was a little bit sweet on my dad. After she found that out, she was nice to me. Shout out to that one. They had some sort of robe thing going on. Couldn't tell what house they were part of. Oh, they weren't taking it seriously enough then. Tell you what, if you ever see me out in a field playing Quidditch, you will know who I represent. I don't know who I'll represent right now for that future timeline. You will know. You will know. There'll be no confusion. There's a big LARPing community in your area for years. That is so cool. I would love to be able to be brave enough to do something like that, and instead I'm a pussy ass bitch. Maybe after a few more years of C2E2, ACEN, etc. That I know I'm comfortable in cosplay, but being comfortable in cosplay in public for a long period of time, if that makes sense. Maybe I'd be brave enough to. Major advantage. Liked watching them. Never to make fun, but enjoy the people watching. It is cute to watch. Secondhand joy from everything that they're enjoying. It's a cool feeling. It's a nice environment to be around where people are actually enjoying themselves. Feels good, man. Yeah, evenly matched. Oh, it is nightfall. Oh wait, what's it? Have I just not been fighting with all of our troops? Okay. So many buttons I just don't see or forget about. You know what I should do to break my socially awkward fear of LARPing? Is my best friend does this like zombie con walk thing. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's like a zombie festival and everyone's a zombie and everyone dresses up for it. I really don't know much more about it than that. I'm clearly a good listener when I'm told about things, but like people dressed up as zombies pretending to do zombie things. It's not the most complicated thing in the world. That would be fun to try. Get into character. Potentially inspired by current game. But also probably only remembering it exists because current game. Curse you and your notification thing. You make me think something is there and you're wrong. You're a liar. You're a dirty liar. Nope. Him is talented. Oh, I made him Wolfie. I forgot about that. Hey, boya. Hey, boya, boya. He loves scratching on this chair. This chair was an excellent choice. Slavka broke into the ceiling last night. I'm not kidding. She broke into the ceiling last night. I found her stuck up in the ceiling, and it was quite an experience. So my buddy was over today, because he helped me seal it off from her. Thought that's as far as I can go. Do we need more? Oh, we do have a bunch more. Oopie. Oop. Oop. He helped me seal off where she was getting into it. And he kept complimenting the chair. He's like, I really like that chair, Pinky. It's a good chair. I think he wants it for in the garage when everything gets over to the Franch. Which it would be kind of a neat garage chair. I would like to pop a squat on it. Doing garage streams. Ooh, zombie Harvey. Sounds like Herbie, fully loaded. I wonder. Oh, boya. Google. I'm sure Yahoo really appreciates that I keep continuously typing Google. Baby. What is this? Oh, trending searches. Like, I haven't searched any of these things. Is it Kingdom Hearts remake, though? I'm so sad that that got yeeted from Plus. Foya says hi. I was having so much fun with that. That hurt my feelings. I'm sure someone's done it or drawn it before. And I remember how to do the bloody gory makeup from my Silent Hill cosplay. It definitely exists. There's inspiration to be drawn from. I think we could do it. Oh, that's neat. That's like Purge vibes. I like that. That would be cool to do. But is that more like Halloween makeup or zombie makeup? That's a good call. I like that. I guess the next stage of the blonding will be about here. And we could do some Harleyness. Oh, I did the stupid little trend of... I don't know, the caricature thing, but mine didn't come out as a caricature. It came out really cute, though. I like it. But I think this is how I'd like my hair to be at some point. That layer of blonde, but also the baby pink and the baby blue. Because there is little, like, temporary washout color. Not like my stubborn pink that has stayed for 1,000 years. It came out so cute and silly, though. There's cats everywhere. It's very interested in that. I do like that, though. Ceiling cat is watching you meme. Yo, somehow she got into, like, the 2 open spots where the fluorescent lights would be. And thanks to the floor joist, she can only go one way or the other. Like, long ways. She couldn't go left or right, thankfully. But I don't know how long she was up there. Like, at least an hour? I gave her the benefit of the doubt for the first time in knowing her last night. Hi, boy. And I couldn't find her, but I knew I had seen her after I had locked up. So I was like, okay, you're safe. You're in the house somewhere. Like, you're good. You're just being a goofy goober right now. Instead of searching for her. Like I would have any other time. Because I figured, oh no, she's fine. And nope. You live, you learn, you always head count everyone all the time. Because otherwise the cat is in the ceiling. But I couldn't find her about an hour later. Because I went to look for her after I ate dinner. And I went around the house because thankfully she's clicker trained. So I'm like, Slavka, 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 Slavka. And then I just heard a little meow up in the ceiling. And she's just up there straddling either side of where the cover, which they broke, so that's why they weren't up there. The cover of where the fluorescent light would be fit in. I scooped her out and pulled her down and told her, don't ever do that again. So today we wedged a whole bunch of cardboard up there, and I was afraid of falling on my ass, so I just needed a a steady support. Of all the cats, I would expect that of Slavka the most. Honestly, yeah, based but true. It's not an incorrect perception. She's also the youngest, because he was like, you know, out of all the cats, why is she the first one to have done this? Like, well, she's also, like, the first young baby in a very long time. She's just a dumb baby. That's why she would do this. I don't know. It's just like, I'm so surprised no one ever did that earlier. Or before. It's because everyone's mature and grown up. The only other time I ever dealt with that before was a cat Henry. When I lived at my dad's house, went up into the drop ceiling. That extended all the way through different rooms. That was worrisome. I didn't like how that was set up. But he didn't fall through the ceiling. He just ended up going from room to room across. And I didn't know that you couldn't do that in my basement, that it was a little bit more secure in the ceiling. Like fully finished versus just a dropped ceiling that doesn't really keep each room secluded, sectioned. So I was scared. In my head, she could go into the walls, which I'm sure if she tried hard enough, she could, but it's only because Slavka is all-powerful. I cannot believe it, though. She was in the ceiling. The one time I don't obsessively look for everyone. She's in the ceiling. I felt like a great mom. Felt so bad for her, though. I don't know how long she was stuck up there. I don't even know if she could get herself down. It was funny, but I felt bad. Poor little baby bean. Important. Rare. Give me the rare one. Giveth. Giveth. I've thought about that many times. Need a camera in every room to keep track of the zoo. I've tried to divvy them out, dispersed wise, like when they're not needed, especially in other areas, like pre-kitten times, pre-foster friend times. And it is useful and helpful. But I would need a lot more cameras to be able to do that. Every once in a while they go on super sale at Walmart. And I scoop up a couple more. I mean, the Roku cameras are pretty cheap anyway, but sometimes they're even cheaper. I do just really wonder how she got up there. I know she can jump at least 4.5, 5 feet. Because she can go from the cat tree to the top of the fridge. Or not the top of the fridge, the top of the cabinets over the fridge. And that's pretty far. So I don't know if she went there from the fireplace, or if she got there from the couch, or if she, like, scaled the cat tree across. I don't know. Slight disadvantage. She's just very talented. That's all. Charlie and Liam. Slight disadvantage, but still decentish, I think. And the cats really didn't hang out downstairs. It was the perfect setup with all the cameras upstairs. But now the cats mostly like to chill downstairs because they're not allowed in my bedroom right now. And it stays more steadily temperate downstairs. It's less dry downstairs. They like it more in the winter. Next time they go on sale, I'll scoop up a couple more for down there. Because I really liked having one down there before, but then it ended up going in the baby's room. And now PB's just spoiled into having 2 cameras. They're like living up to the basement cat ideal. Kind of. Like, Void's not allowed to be a basement cat. She has to be a social butterfly. This is our turf. Honestly, she is kind of social butterflying, which is beautiful. She made some friends with Charlie earlier. She made some friends with Slavka earlier. I've now understood and fully actualized the Slavka mentality. So she runs up. She's like a bitchy girl that, like, just needs to snap on you. And then for you to be nice in return. I'm sure you've all encountered people like this. I know I've been this person before. Because, you know, we all, everybody has those days. Everybody makes mistakes. Or you're just losing your fucking shit. And you need someone to be nice to you. And they're nice to you in that moment. And then everything is fine. Like, all is forgiven. All is good again. Completely turns your mindset around. And Slavka's MO is she has to run up to everyone and try to beat the shit out of them. And if they don't beat the shit out of her back, then she's fine. She's cool and dandy with them. She loves them. That's how it went with Void earlier. She smacked Void. Void put a paw up but didn't smack her back. And then she was buddies with her. Slavka just needs to be awful and then told that it's okay that she's awful. And then she is all love. When does Peebs go home? Let's see. She's 9 weeks now. Right now she's a little bit under the weather. Let's see. Tuesday she'll be 10 weeks. 11, 12, 13, 14. Is the 10th, 15, 16. So around the end of March she'll get spayed. And then as long as her coronavirus is cleared, because she can't go to her new home with that is not healthy. She has an elderly cat that cannot contract that. That would not be good. So either 16 weeks in spayed or 16 weeks in spayed and cleared of her coronavirus. And then she goes home. She goes home. Probably about that time we'll... Oh wait, no, it's the end of March. About the end of February, we'll reevaluate Gigi's progress and see if she's gonna be a barn kitty. Don't get bonked. Like if she's not doing the tiny little eat off the plate in front of me, at the very least, in that amount of time, I think she would just really prefer to have nothing to do with people, and I have to be able to respect that. Because a feral cat is truly a wild animal. Like, essentially right now, I'm trying to make friends with a raccoon in my basement. She has a cat, not a raccoon. But essentially, that's what we're trying to do. That's a lot to ask from her. That's challenging for both of us. I'm willing to take on the challenge, but I don't want to make her life miserable. So if she's not willing to be any part of my life by the end of the month, then she will likely go be a barn kitty. Which makes me sad. But I also can't control every circumstance, and I can't force anyone to be who they're not. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. She's a Cali cat. Sounds like a lot of the women out here, to be honest. I think it's a human trait to an extent, but it's probably more predominantly a female trait. I know there have been times in my life where I know I'm being a bitch and I just cannot help being a bitch. And I just need someone to be nice to me despite being a bitch. And then I'm much less bitchy. It just be like that sometimes. It is necessary at times. It's not good or important, but occasionally necessary. It's probably easier to make friends with a raccoon. A raccoon would be more food motivated. But a feral cat really is a wild animal. It just is what it is. It makes me feel guilty because I'd like to commit to this for like, I don't know, 20 years and let her take her time to try to unwind. But the more time and effort and resources I'm putting into trying to socialize a cat that does not want to be socialized is time and resource that's taken away from other animals that I could be helping, that actually want and need my help, instead of the cat that hates me and people so far. I know it's not giving up on her, but it if I'm not hitting a success rate, I feel like I'm giving up. It's because I don't stream when I'm in bitch mode. Low energy and a little bit inevitably either blunt or slightly grumpy. Yes, definitely happens. But if I'm very, very in a bad mood, I will not subject us all to that. Like, what's the point? Who wants to be a part of that? No one, including me. Like, it's for the greater good. Was not grumpy on Friday, though. I had to miss you guys on Friday because my neighbor's house got raided. Like, a drug raid, not an ice raid. But it was quite the commotion outside, and the dogs were very upset about everything. And my neighbor, for whatever reason, neighbor not being raided, had their dog out the whole time, and their dog barks so fucking much. Boof, 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 boof. It was just very obnoxious. It was egging my dogs on. It was everything. It was much drama. +2 is more than +1. It was an interesting evening surprise, however. I sat down to get ready and looked out my window and was wondering why the dogs were being fussy, but didn't really think much of it. And there's squads everywhere. Go, surprise! Surprise! Quelle surprise! Green dude kind of looks like Doom guy. I don't know about that goal in life, though. That doesn't feel like a very positive goal in life. Keep hanging around until you see bitch mode. I don't think that's an achievement that we want to strive to unlock. Stranger danger. Boya's so cozy on the chair next to me. Got his big sleepy breaths going on. Honk shoe. You're making me eepy with how relaxed you are. Let's see, in about 15 minutes, we'll bop over towards PB. Gotta give her some milkies. She was pretty anorexic yesterday and didn't want to eat at all. She ate a little bit this morning. But she's really only had milk the last 2 days. And KMR, not people milk, obviously, if it's not obvious, but... I'm gonna give her every 4 to 6 hours milkies. Don't get... Army! No, dang it. I just don't understand. She is still trying to take milk, though, which is good. I feel so bad, though. I thought she was trying to be cute when I laid down with her yesterday for a little bit. She was half chewing on my face, half trying to nurse on my face. And my sweater, too. And it turns out she was probably for whatever she had a taste for, which is obviously not kibblies and milkies at this point. She's too old to be drinking milk, but gotta get calories in her. She lost about 1,000 grams since last Tuesday. Like, she went from 1472 last Tuesday to Yesterday she was 1398, I think. So she lost about 80 grams. Today she's back up to 1408, but that's been a struggle to get there. That's okay for her age, but not ideal for what her weight chart has been so far. Whoa, big army. Okay, I take back what I said earlier. I think this is the biggest army I've ever had now. It's a big army. That's hype. It's gonna get even bigger. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is it? It's huge. Of course, when we get this much going on, there's never any big boss. Lame. It's still cool. I wouldn't call it a goal per se. I would hope not. It's an experience. I mean, just probably not one that we want to have. Let's do that one. Load those all out at the end. It's kind of useless to do them in between everything. Legendary. Needs to be said that it's not cow's milk. If people today would think that's what cats should have, that is true. A lot of people still assume that cat's milk is fine, or cow's milk is fine for kitties. Which, I mean, it is in a pinch, in an emergency. Though why you wouldn't have water available instead, I don't know. Like for adult cats, but it causes a very upset tummy. It's just guaranteed to bring on the poops. They don't process lactase, whatever it is, well. Goat's milk is a good substitute if you don't have KMR. But KMR is best. Not good for them, though. You should not have cow's milk. Where are the blue ones? Important. Very important. Just getting all the milkies, though. Getting like 6 mil every 4 to 6 hours. And she did start munching a little bit of kibblies today, so hopefully by tomorrow she'll be closer to on the mend. But she is going in for a checkup. She's not due for more shots yet, but she's going to get a checkup on Tuesday because obviously she's not feeling well. And she had like a week of solid poops and no more solid poops. Poor baby. Poor little tiny baby. I don't feel like goats should be trusted. Like, essentially, they're an untrained form of diesel in alternate animal form. They're pretty easy to get along with. Oh, crap. What am I doing? Don't go there. They're pretty easy to get along with. Pretty fun to be around. Pretty fun to have. But, like, should you ever turn your back on one? No. Should always be mindful of what they're doing in your vicinity? Yes. Don't, wait, is that, that's probably bad. Where's home? We need deployable squads. The ruffians are training. all trading. I mean, good for them, I guess. Oh, we have more free searchies. I don't know how I missed that. Stuff and things. Stuff and things. Oh, we get two different. Now I understand. Kind of. No, stranger danger. Stranger danger. There. Wait, no, what? Really? Where? Will they come back? Did I call upon them by going into battle now? I didn't mean to cancel their return. Don't they know that much about their leader? What would denote that it's mine? There has to be like a return beacon or something in home. Is that where they are? No, that's where we are. There's only 4 of them. Oh no. Now they're back home. Oh, major disadvantage. I should have done that differently. Oops. I was focused on other things. Time to die, squad. You've come home just to die. Sorry. Oopsie-days. Oopsie-days. I don't know why that was funny to me, but it was. Oh, maybe we have a chance. Kind of doubtful. Oh yeah, no. Just barely no though. It was clearly quite efficient. There's the you died. Defeat. Depause. Defeat. Who wants what? You got skills? You got skills. Song is the story of my life. Bitch, I don't understand. I'm popping away. Just said skills pay the bills. If the currency is survival, I'd say yes. Defense. Defense. Sorry, Voya. I didn't mean to startle you. I startled Voya. I didn't mean to spook you. I'm sorry. My god, you're sitting so awkward. I knew he was comfy and I didn't quite look over to observe whatever his theory of what is cozy is. Look at this little... Voya has people too? He's smushed in so awkward. He is trying to sit like me. I knew he was cozy next to me. I could feel his comfort. But I didn't know that he was sitting like a weird little person. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be by B. It's a choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. Foya thanks you as well. How much can you drink up? Jesus. Only that far. Hello, little cozy bobala. Today was the superb owl. I know nothing of it, though. I didn't watch any of the puppy or kitten bowl. I will catch up on that later. As far as I don't know who won. I don't know who performed. I don't know anything about it. I live in blissful ignorance. There have been much more pertinent things other than the superb owl occupying my mind as of late. But it was indeed the superb owl today. Now football is over! I've only been waiting how many months for that? I think everyone is set with whatever their stuff is. Yeah. Some more tomatoes. Like one more of these, and then go see Miss go see Miss Peebs. Oh my god, I got the hiccups around this time last night too. Don't do that, body. I hate having the hiccups. They hurt and they make me mad because they hurt. They piss me off. It's like being stung by a bee. It's an unnecessary level of discomfort. You're like a spider shooter? How was that? It was interesting. Congratulations, you got tomatoes! Which is honestly hype. Oh no, that is not for me. It's not for me. No more of those for you, Serena. No more. The Hammer of Hope. Okay. This reminds me of Sailor Moon. Looks like the little Sailor Moon badge. You didn't watch it either. You stayed apprised of the scores. You know what? I kind of forgot. I lied. I'm a big liar. When I woke up from my nap, I did go to the... I don't even know what the button is on Twitter. Whatever one shows you the... I say this lightly. News. And I saw the score was like 17 to... The score was very low. Whatever the search function is. I guess the final score was 29 to 13 in favor of the Seahawks. But there are 12 minutes left of the fourth quarter. I forgot I looked that up. I was curious when I woke up where that was still at. I remember us going home from Super Bowl parties like 8, 9 p.m. So I thought it was maybe already over with by then. Not that I was ready to be here, but I was just nosy. If it's low, it means the teams are evenly matched. They must have played well then. Hey, level up, level up! The big 5-0! Time for a midlife crisis. What kind of convertible are you gonna buy? Or if you're my dad, what kind of Porsche are you gonna buy on eBay? I shouldn't make fun of him, but it's not really making fun of him. It's just observing his idiosyncrasies. The only thing we don't have is time. I don't need it to speed up. So what if we just do them individually? Where was barricades and whatnot? Oh, all the buildings look the same. The research lab, the Rider Barracks, barricade. Rider Barracks. Get that one going in the background. The recovery of Pompeii. I don't think there is a recovery of Pompeii. I hate to break it to you. Your midlife crisis card would be something dumb like a Hummer. I mean, for as much as I kind of used to be a hater on Hummers, I think they are kind of dumb looking. I will respect a midlife crisis of getting a Hummer versus a Cybertruck. That one at least I can respect. And at this point in time, it's like a nostalgic thing. It's not just this stupid new thing that's a gas guzzler that people are buying for no reason. I could respect it at that point in time. Not that my respect matters in the slightest, but... I think we get one more free search. Free search for some research. I want my midlife crisis car to be a Dodge Magnum. I have always wanted one. I think they're so chonky gorgeous. I looked at one just for funsies when I was looking for my race car. And it was way out of my price range. But it was so beautiful. Matte black. I will own one of these one day. It's so fucking pretty And with the Hemi, and it's just like a schmancy, smushed minivan station wagon. Like, honestly, it's nothing to write home about, but I love. Oh, that's cool. It's kind of Batmobiled out. They're so pretty. They're so pretty. It's so ugly from behind. It looks like a mom car, but from the front, slammed like that, she looks good. She looks really good. They do a headlight swap for that one. I think it's just the coloring. She's sharp. She's very sharp. She's party. Dodge Buds, they do make decent cars. Not always the most fuel or part efficient, but I feel like for what really matters for longevity, they stay efficient with. They're cars that you can drive into the ground one way or another. Whether you drive it nicely or drive it ambitiously. Chargers are sharp. Every time I see one, I think it's a cop car, though. Because there are so many undercover Chargers for a while. If I see a Charger on the road, I automatically think to myself, like, you are an officer of the law. It only has 34 seconds left. Okay. Oh, there's already one going. Well then. Well then. God, boy, you are so funny laying like this. You look broken. So cute. I mean, I suppose if you're on a high chase pursuit, you'd want to have a car with some muscle. I can't shade on that. I think that's everything I can loot up and do and have and see and be. What would be the point of taking that part away? Let's get Miss PB her little milkies. Boya's watching. Boya is watching. He's waiting. He's being unhinged. Son. His legs are sending me. Like, he's just a little person about it. His legs are sending me. Like he's like, don't make fun of me. Okay, I'm sorry. The most recent viral pictures of cats wearing high heels, I want to put cute little shoes on them right now. Have you guys seen the pictures of cats in high heels? You're gonna comfort smell my armpit. Is that delicious? Delicious and nutritious. It's rich Serena armpit. He is getting comfy shamed. We had to do chin rubs and correct the sin. I'm sorry. He's like a little person. But it's so awkward looking because he has a cat body, not a person body. Hello, baby son. He's ashamed. Oh, he has an itch. Okay, there you go. That's Gunther's food. That's Gunther's food. Okay, or you want it. Or you just want the idea of it. You want to be at the ready for it. He's gonna wait and see if Gunther goes to eat his food, and if Gunther doesn't eat his food, then he will go eat Gunther's food. He's very polite. Now you look more like a normal cat. That was so funny though. You were like a little person. You're a little person. You're just a little person. Is Gunther going to his bowl? Oh yeah, Gunther says I'm gonna eat that up. Gunther's a hungry boy. He's a person, exactly. A person. Oh, baby boy. Oh, baby boy. Pat, 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 pat. Kitty, 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 kitty. Okay. Let me swap our categories around and then we'll pop over to Peebs. I didn't know I could do all this on my phone for Twitch. That's wonderful. I'm lazy. Just kidding. Not just kidding, we're just catting. Ooh, I gotta chill. It's a weird feel. What? I swear to God. I don't know why I had Blue Sky open, but one of the trending topics was fucker bowl. Fucker bowl. I don't see it on there now, but I'm so confused. Was this a thing? Is this a trending top? Like, actually? I don't even know what that would be referenced to. I swear I saw the words. Gunther can be in the deepest sleep and he still seems to instantly wake up for the beep. He does. He's good about that. Cats are very habit-oriented creatures, though. Routine-oriented. There we go. That was the word I was looking for. And it goes off at the same times every single day. So it's not like he's ever just waiting around for a beep. The beep is consistently every XYZ hours. I can't remember if it's every 4 or every 6. There's 6 food slots. And it goes off for all of them in a 24-hour period. So it'd be every 4 hours it beeps. We see what we want to see, Serena. I mean, I don't think it was one of those moments, though. I'm pretty sure that it was the words that I thought I saw. But I could be very wrong also. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what that would refer to, though. Gunther and Tank know the beeps, though. They're good about it. Did some playtimes with Tanks last night. And he got tired. He got lazy. He didn't want to keep playing. I was like, are you kidding me? We're going to work for those bedtime snacks, son. Make him work for it again tonight. Something is where I don't need it to be, and I don't know what it is. Oh, I missed the comment earlier. Pretty sure I read that Tesla isn't gonna make cars anymore. What is Tesla gonna make then? Isn't there... I mean, outside of the Cybertruck, isn't cars their only anything? Are they gonna make scooters? And with the aftermarket prices, I bet you'd lose money on the Cybertruck. It probably, I feel like a Cybertruck is maybe not necessarily a parts money pit, but just a useless to think of as an investment. The most times that I see them on the road, for probably every 4 Cybertrucks that I see, at least 3 of them are laid out with a company logo. So it's a write-off. And I think that's pretty dang smart. The most recent one I saw was advertising a gym. I don't know. It's the new bus bench. I wonder how Elmo feels about that one. La 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 la. Elmo's world. I don't know what I'm missing somewhere. Somewhere something is not correct. I feel deep in my soul, whether it is true or not. Is this how I want it to be? Yes. There's nothing else do then. It's fine. Alright, let's blurb up. Oh, I was gonna take this down because it doesn't need to be flashing around all over the place while we're bebopping around. Boy, it looks like the microphone is like hydraulically crushing you into the ground. Meow. Alright, let's flip over to GoCam and go see the baby and get the baby milkies. Hopefully she's munched more of her munchies. I suppose it would help to turn on the GoCam before trying to connect the GoCam. Like, why isn't it coming up? Because it's not fucking open. That would help. That would help very much. Oh my god, stop yawning. Got a ice. Yeah, it was an iced coffee with oat milk and a shot of espresso in it. And the espresso is not espressoing. So it's way too light. They put too much oat milk in it, but it's not their fault that my idea of milky coffee is like the tiniest splash. It's not their fault. I really can't complain though. It was free with the order. Minus the cost of the espresso. It does look kind of orange. It's very milky. Not my jam. It's watered down milk. Okay, now GoCam is good to go. Oated down. It's oated. Instead of goated, it's oated. It's good, but is it the best? No. Either I'm becoming more tolerant with age, or my taste buds are adapting with age. I don't know which. I'm not as picky about Dunkin' as I used to be. I don't know if I'm proud of that or not. I don't know how to feel about that. I've always been a Dunkin' hater. But I'm also not going to say no to free shit. I forgot to take meds. That's okay. Tomorrow will be an easy peasy lemon squeezy day. Peeves will probably be streaming tomorrow, and then Tuesday, I don't even know what the week is. I don't know how to go through that right now. Should probably take with water, not coffee. I'll look at the big calendar that I did when we get into Void's room. Or walk by a Void room. What year is like the used to time frame though? We used to walk down to Dunkin' when I was a little teeny bopper, and we would get the cooladas, whatever the fruity drinks are. And that's about all I ever had from Dunkin' until I started drinking coffee, and then I did not like their coffee. And now it's okay. BC before COVID. Oh no, it was not good then. It was not good then. The Hard Rock Hotel, which is now the Virgin in Vegas, only has a Dunkin' in it, no Starbucks. And I was not happy about that. And that was my first big experience with like strictly Dunkin', and it was not good times. It was not good times. Like to the point where I was like, okay, someone needs to tip XYZ amount offline here so that I can get room service coffee. because I need real good coffee. Not just like the coffee I brought, not Dunkin's version of tiny little espresso cup. Good coffee, good room service coffee. Thank you very much. I needed it. I think that was the first time in my life I was ever bougie, and I felt so bad about it. I felt very ridiculous, mildly demanding / asking / even wanting room service coffee. It's like $20 to be delivered for like just a pitcher of coffee plus tip. That's very expensive coffee. And pull up chat on here and then tank test us. Then we'll be on the go. On the go, hoes. I might need to log in to restream again on here. It's been a few days. Got the skills to pay the bills. Tank test. Tank test. I wonder if Tank even knows. He feels so honored to be such an integral part of our stream experience. I say that to the zoo so much. Not that I only write checks that my ass can't cash, but especially to Slavka. Like, you're writing a check with your mouth right now that your ass cannot cash. It's not happening. Say it a lot to Diesel, too. Writing a check with your mouth right now that your ass can't cash. So I've come to the conclusion there are two kinds of dogs. Chauncey and Ringo on Friday, who were whiny and upset and frazzled by all the commotion outside. And Diesel, who's just happy as a clam in his crate, wagging his tail, stumping it on the side for the whole experience. And then, well, I guess three kinds of dogs. Pibby, who slept through it all. That too. Her as well. Big stretch. Don't be sorry. Join the fun. Tank knows how integral he is to the stream. He gets his own kingly room. He does. He's a fancy boy. He's a fancy boy. Until he's a little less chunky, though. I think I might make specific times where the rest of the zoo is hanging out upstairs and Tank gets to run around downstairs for a while. Can make a world where you actually get pussy and you pay way less money. I mean, but the perfect world, you see, is right there. Hee hee. In a perfect world, such existence. Mr. Bean. The boy's being so cozy. Where's Mr. Zeke? He's being incognito. He's right next to Gunther, and I didn't see him. They being cozy boys tonight. They're so cute. They're so cute. I can show you the world where you actually get pussy. Yeah, da 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 da. It's called being a decent human. Ha 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 ha. A whole new world. What is the calendar for this week? It's the great big board of everything with everything inside. What do we have this week? Today is the 8th. Tomorrow PB is going to streams. And then Tuesday we have so many fun appointments. Marbles goes in at noon. Bless you. Marbs goes in at noon because she didn't get her appointment last month. And Pibby and PB. The P's. The P babies. Pibby and PB. Going at 2 p.m. So we'll be on stream evening. Wednesday's Serena Day. And then Thursday we'll be chilling. Oh, Void, you're being so cute and lovey. So cute and lovey. Then Friday we should be able to stream. I have legal stuff I have to deal with during the daytime, but outside of that we should be good by nighttime unless I'm just the grumpiest goose about it, but I doubt I will be. And then it's Valentine's Day on Saturday. That's exciting. Harley stream and maybe making some borscht. On Sunday we'll be chilling. We're playing Doomsday, I think, until Sunday. I think the sponsorship is over Monday. I think till the 16th. And then Ringo starts training on the 17th. I'm so excited for him. Sinner, may I suggest like BetterHelp or Grow Therapy or something of the sort? I feel like you would benefit more from that than this. I think that requires a professional, not randoms on the internet. What do you think, Void? What is your professional opinion? Boop. Boop is her professional opinion. Some people can't be saved. That's true. That's why we focus on kitty cats. Oh, are you gonna play the follow game? Oh, I keep flipping this. Void. Are you being circus creatures? It's just my MO. I manipulate the whole world into being obsessed with cats. That's what I'm here for. I'm definitely taking advantage of us. I'm taking advantage of your time with cats. Void. Sis. Hold on, mama. Time sync. Approve. I mean, I approve of it. Miss Peeps. Not one of those people? Well, don't you just get the gold star for today? That's your prize. Gold star for the day to throw away. Plus baby kitten. So it's not all bad. Baby Peeps. She loves chapstick. She is obsessed with chapstick. And her little rumble. Her little rumble. You're so cute. You know, sometimes I think I'm an insatiable weirdo. And then the world reminds me that it could be worse. You ate some of your yummy crunchies and you drank more of your drinkies. I'm proud of you. We're gonna fill her up and then we'll get you some milkies. Let go. Let go. I think we shall use some logic here. I think you deserve a little break in life. Hello, Miss Thing. Hello, Miss Thing. Everyone needs a break in life sometimes. You're being so ruby lovey. You're so cute and sweet. It's because she knows I'm the milkman. Get some more crunchies. You gotta eat really good. I want you to be fat tomorrow. When I weigh you in the morning, you need to be fat. That's our life goal, our life mission here. Chunky baby. We want a chunky baby. We want the chunkaroony. Little chunkarooski. Alright, you guys are in charge of PB for a minute. I don't know where she's going or what she's going to be doing, but you guys are in charge of the baby. Guard her closely, guard her carefully. She is precious cargo. She is precious cargo. I gotta go get the precious cargo some milk. She's trying to get out of my arms so bad. She's like, don't hold me here. But she's so tiny that she can't fight it. PB going to find some jelly. What flavor jelly though? I feel like she'd be a grape jelly girl. Aww. Little roly poly pants. Gotta make some floor biscuits. She's really searching for the jellies. Hold on, mommy. We gotta get you milk. Let go. Let go. Let go. I know, Void. There's a baby in there. There's a baby in there. There's a baby. Hi, Bubba. You were in the ceiling last night. Yeah. What do you think about that, girlfriend? Where'd the baby go? Where'd the baby go? Arp, 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 arp. She has this funny little, like, bulldoggy way of moving. You are so cute and silly. She's like, oh my god, give me the milk. Gained milk. She loves it. It's her favorite thing, which is good. I mean, at least she's eating something. That's what we need. It's what we need. Ready? And 3 mil. Okay. I wonder if she'll be like this her whole life. Where she is okay with syringes. Very interesting. It still surprises me that she takes this but not the bottle. I feel like the bottle would make more sense. But she's a street cat. She doesn't know about these sophisticated things, I guess. She just doesn't know. She just doesn't know. She's a bit of an odd duck. She is. Oh, now instead of bulldoggy, I'm going to think of her walking around as a little baby ducky. And 3 more. And you got to do your antibiotics. And then she's back on antibiotics now. So we don't know what's going on, but either it'll do nothing or it'll help. You gotta do your little eye droppies too. She gets like these drunk little puppy eyes while she's eating it. Make it all squinty and cute. Like all of her focus is just on. She's like, "Don't make fun of me, Mom." She just looked up at me with like the most like kind of face. Really do wonder like what her family dynamic was before being abandoned. I mean, of course we'll never know, but she obviously responds to other kitten sounds. So I think she probably had siblings. Oh, one thing I did notice though, she might have separated herself from everyone, which I don't know if that's a thing that kittens do or a thing that wild cats do. However, now that she's a little bit sicky again, she hasn't done it again this time. But she's kicking everything out of the litter box and then going to the bathroom on the potty pad. So I wonder if she kind of separated herself from everyone because she wasn't feeling well. I just assumed she was slowing down and kind of just didn't keep up with everyone because she had to stop to poop every 2 seconds when she first came in. But I wonder if she kind of separated herself. Although moms will reject sick kittens. Like when they move the litter around, if there's a kitten who's sick and they try to follow, they'll like be mean and swat them back. She does also sleep in the litter box. That one I don't understand. I really don't get that one. Because usually they do that when they're stressed out or scared. Like, they won't seek out comfort. They'll seek out the most hiding space there is, which is litter box. But she's not doing it in a frustrated way. She's just like, oh, time to lay in the litter box. Oh, you're so cute. She likes being groomed. She thinks I am a mama cat. I'm not gonna go like licking her, but you gotta do some rubs after eats. She gotta make some biscuits. And get the other side too. We gotta clean the other side. As if this is doing anything other than giving me a fuzzy chin. You're so cute and sweet. Did you have good milk? To do this after every meal. She's gotta be trained. Aw, I love you too. I love you too. All of her behavior really reflects that she's a mama's girl. Like, not just with me, but probably was with her mom too. I just really We'll never know, but I just will always wonder. How did you come to be so alone and so small? And so ducky? Yeah, she's a duck. Habla English, unfortunately. Unfortunately. How's that butt taste? Tastes like butt. Tastes like butt. She is a little spoiled princess. Can you stop licking your ass? That'd be nice. I think gringa means white girl. And moi is a lot. And she's off on a PB adventure. She's loving going underneath this dresser, and I don't know why. It's her new favorite place to be. She is silly. Isn't she the cutest? Unfortunately, because so many people in the world, and especially the US too, speak Spanish. And I chose to take French in high school because I wanted to be fancy and cultured. And I should have taken Spanish. But now I have no excuse because there's Duolingo for that, so I'm just lazy. She's the cutest little bean. This is PB, short for pretty baby. And apparently she's a duck. She likes to make biscuits on the hard floor, and it makes no sense. Her name is Pretty Baby. Because she's just a pretty baby. When I first rescued her, I didn't know if she was a boy or a girl because she was quite messy. So we settled on PB because it's gender neutral. And if she was a girl, Pretty Baby. If she was a boy, Peanut Butter. And Discord also reminded me that PB would stand for Poopy Butt, which was pretty apropos. But she's a girl, so she's a pretty baby. And she's also being an idiot right now. What are you doing? What are you doing? What's he doing? What are you about to jump on? What are you after? You don't know. It's so confusing that she's not feeling well because she's acting normal otherwise. She's so cute and silly. So scary. That is true. Language does take time and practice. Oh, look at you, you little cave dweller. Ah-da-da, ah-da-da, ah-da-da. I find it interesting, too, that she plays under this, whereas the last foster litter played over this. Unless they were chasing another one, they wouldn't be under it. Hi, baby girl. It's a baby girl. She does want to stalk. She's probably upset that I don't have, like, hoodie and drawstring on, because she loves hoodie and drawstring. I shouldn't play with you with my hands, but I'm an idiot, and I keep thinking that we'll be able to correct that, so I'm going to do it for a moment. And it's just cute, honestly. I don't know. Baby teeth and nails are so sharp, but I kind of like it. Like, not in, like, a satisfying pain kind of way, but, like, I don't know. It more cements in the memory of this time. It's multiple markers. Where are you going to come out of there at? It's multiple markers for a feeling for my brain to remember. Now she's being the beast from the Sandlot. The beast. The beast. I don't regret taking French, but I do wish, just in general, for life function and being able to speak more freely to more of the world than just the French or the English. It would have been beneficial. But who knows how to make the right choice when you're a teenager? Like, nobody. So, can't be too hard on myself. Are you gonna mod now? Okay. No free butts, girl. Where you going? English is hard. I feel like English is one of the hardest languages to learn, unless you're learning like how to read and write in Cyrillic. I feel like that's equally as difficult. And that's an entirely different character set than any Latin-based language. You got a toy back there? English is really fucking hard. You're doing a great job. The beast just wanted love. He did. And I just wanted to love Wendy Pefcorn. Come here, beastie. Come here, beastie. If Ringo was diesel colored, he would look like the beast. Oh, you're so wild. You're so wild. What are you grabbing for? What are you grabbing for? Let's get her little ant string. I think she'll like that. I want her to play, but I don't want her to play, like, only play enough to, like, get an appetite. Not play too much to, like, overburn calories. Trying to be limited. She hasn't been running around too much in the room either without me. Because I want her to be bored and comfort eat in her little tent. Gotta eat, mama, eat. Sandlot's on Netflix right now. Nice! Get it. It's such a cute movie. Slang and tenses make English very difficult. And speaking fast. I'm very guilty of that. When you talk fast, it makes you very mush mouth. Yeah, those darn kids coming up with a new word every next day. It's enough. I can't take it anymore. My greatest blunder with that was I didn't know dab was like a dance move or like a pose, whatever it is. And my niece and nephew were talking about doing a dab and like doing the pose, and I assumed that this meant that you were coughing into your arm, like that you were taking a dab, like smoking weed, and then like they'd make me cough horribly and throw up. They trigger an asthma attack, so I can't take dabs, long story short. But I thought this was like a cough pose. I thought they were referring to smoking weed, and no, it was a dance pose. But they got a lecture about referring to smoking weed because of it. That was probably one of my most old lady moments that I've ever had. Not proud of that. Serena, my real name? It's pretty much the only name I'll respond to. So in that sense, yes. If you say it, I reply to it, and that makes it real. I would imagine not just in the sense of like I've cleaned rigs before where people mostly dab out of them and there's a lot more resin buildup than just like smoking flower. And I mean, whatever is in your bong or your bowl is also in your lungs. I mean, your lungs kind of like filter and clean themselves to an extent, but you have to give them time to recover too. But I can't imagine that kind of like extra waxy residue is good. Not saying it's bad, but it's probably not good. And it's also burns so hot. Burns my throat. Or maybe I'm just not doing it right and everyone's pranking me, but regardless, I can't breathe if I take one, so. I like that assessment. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. You are so wild and silly. We can just cosplay as the character. My Russian is awful, but I know very little Russian. Yeah, we can't forget about Peebs. She's unique and beautiful. We can't leave her out of it. Her name itself is Pretty Baby. How can it not be the most beautiful? I wonder what her new adopter is gonna name her. I'm so curious. I wonder what she'll come up with based on her personality. I feel like she's more creative than I am. But I purposefully make kind of like dumb cat names if I'm not keeping them because otherwise I'm too attached. Like the name is too special. I shouldn't have given Gigi such a special name. Because I think that's hurting my heart more. I should have just called her Mystery Woman. But instead I panicked and I chose Gigi. Because I tried to think of right off the top of my head, like, what was I going to name Void if she wasn't going to keep the name Void? And it was between a few of them, but Gigi was like a top contender. But she's not a Gigi. I should have named Gigi something stupider. I could think of a million beautiful names for PB, but it's going to be easier to adopt her out with her name being PB for my heart. Oh no, Nesmo, are you sukubieding to the rest of the world in game? Come on now. Sukubiet. Oh, you're so wild and crazy. You're so wild and crazy. I was trying to be cozy, girlfriend. Oh, she almost got it. She almost completely took it away. She's unhinged. I just love her turnaround tactics. How did I know? Because it's always fun. It's always the most fun to learn the swear words in any language before you learn the actual words. It's like a motivating factor, so you can fit them into sentences once you know more of the language. You almost ran to the camera, girl. She just wiped out. You wiped out, lady. She got lost in the sauce. Not only fun, but important to learn the swear words. If you learn those words, someone is mad at you. That is true. You have to know when you're being a kudva. Bouton de merde is another important one. I don't know what the zoo was doing earlier, but at some point this morning, I bouton de merde Slavka. Everyone was being crazy, and she was doing something. Oh, the box that I cut up to blockade the top. where she was climbing into the ceiling last night. I left it out and she was gonna knock it off the table. I don't think any of the other cats were as wild about this toy as Peavy. I don't think so either. Even the babies weren't that, like, perceptive or into a wand toy as she is. Now she's insulted. It's like, play with me, bitch. Play with me. Have a language learning night. The educational hour with Serena. You can't swear in front of the baby, though. I mean, I don't have to follow the rules, but the baby daddies do. That's girl math. Can't swear in front of the baby. You give her the wrong idea of what the world is. Might hurt her feelings too. Maybe she knows the words and she's heard them before. We live in a predominantly Spanish area. She's probably heard more than I have. Yeah, she's young and impressionable. Exactly, Cyogenics. I don't think her new mom is gonna be very happy if she's walking around the house meowing swear words. You're so wild, lady. You're so wild. Cyogenics is a king amongst men. It's like the Big Lebowski. The dude. Oh, I just booped you with it. I'm sorry. Just clocked it right in the head with it. That was not nice. That was not nice. I'm kind of like PB. Young enough to want to be as stupid as I want, but old enough to mostly know better. The Duke, or maybe Archduke. Okay, we're upgrading from the dude to the Duke. I guess you don't want to match Tank. Okay, I see how it is. I'll have to tell him what's what. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. She's finally getting tired. A little bit. Nope, reset. You gotta calm it down for a minute, girl. Got yourself all in a tizzy. Tank is very kingly. He's my royal little gentleman. He was pouty at me today because I changed his food back to moistened instead of dry today, and he apparently that's not his favorite. He was mad at me. He was pouting when we napped together. And then he was lovey, but he was pouty for a while. He didn't even ask for treats. He was just mad. Doing the same reset with him from his pre-cone times that I did with Voya, pretty much of like, okay, how was life for you before you didn't feel good? Taking everything back to how it was. And then he'll be the skinny king that he's meant to be. Once again. Because him even like being just a pound over what he was before now versus he was probably 2 pounds over maybe like a month ago is still too much. He has such bad hips. He can't be chunky on his bad hips. Itty boop boop boop. He last had blood work, I think, in October. Whatever he had is dental. And everything was good. But if he doesn't lose more weight in a reasonable amount of time, then I'll run another panel and make sure that he's all good. Trying to think though, there's not many health issues that would cause a cat to gain weight versus lose weight. Oh, thank you. I try. They're a bit thicker than I'd like right now. Need to do them, but I haven't had time. Sharing is caring. Sharing is always caring. Can I borrow the kitten? Sharing is caring. Dang, it sounds like you really need the kitten, but I'm not handing the kitten off to you in that condition. You should work on that. It's a personal problem. Then and only then can we share and care. You're so wild. Boop. Little boxer. Here, you gotta zazz down a little bit. You can't burn too many calories. You gotta stay a little chonk right now. Her tail is so sassy. She's like, no, play with me more. Sassy. Sassy. You should pop in and give Tank a quick little session, some love and some snacks. And then we'll do story time with Miss Gigi. Miss Gigi. Low and slow story time hour. Boop, boop, boop. Get it. You're so tough. We need her to run away with it like a dog like she does. She's so cute. My kitten is not AI. Don't talk about her like that. She's not artificially intelligent. She's actually intelligent. So maybe you are AI. Boop, boop, boop. She's a hell of a hunter. Doot doot. She's mad. She wants to play more. She's mad. Your bird TV is screeching up a storm. She's the most bonkers little beastie. Absolutely unhinged. Like, her tenacity is one not to be questioned. Neither downloaded or designed, just rescued. She's really come far from day one. She has. I was thinking about that earlier, like reminiscing. One, that I'm grateful that she's a little bit bigger now and how much bigger she is, though she's still kind of stumpy. But two, just in terms of like this bout of sickness versus the first one. She's handling it so much better. She's so much stronger. She actually has energy to play. Like, she didn't play for probably the first week that she was here. Boop. Dummy. And she slowly came more and more out of her shell and just, oh my goodness, this little bean. Playing a dangerous game by laying down. Oh, I flipped us. I don't know why that's so sensitive tonight. Little peeps. Peeperoni macaroni. She is the cute little Bobby. We love her so much. She is the baby bub. She's unhinged. She has come so far though. Even losing weight right now, not feeling good. She's double the weight that she was when she came in. She was around 600 grams when we first scooped her up. And then today she's like 1408, I think. You still managed to go so crazy with that, even if I'm not playing with you with it. She's so good at entertaining herself. She's a very different breed than the last foster litter. Either just because she was born outside or the cat she is, or a combination of the two. I don't know. But she's so unique. Nap mode. Kind of. It's dangerous. I fell asleep eating dinner last night. Talk about nap mode. It was also very late and just complicated. I accomplished a lot last night, though. We did a lot of what we needed to. Boop, 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 boop. I let so much pile up pre-surgery thinking that I would, like, be able to allocate, like, felt better and was be able to allocate time post-surgery. And it didn't really happen that way. Now I'm playing catch up. I think most of the rest of the month, PB will be streaming Monday and Saturdays, just so I can do offline catch-up time and have it easier to have her out and monitor her too. Sorry, I'm selfish. It's PB streams are not just for you guys; they're for me too. And honestly, it's very special to me to be able to rip those VODs and like keep them forever. It's like a cute little video diary. But they're more for me than you guys. Honestly, no offense. I'm glad for whatever level of you that enjoy them, but they're more for me than anything. Oh, she's doing the doggy thing. Take it away, peeps. Take it away. Oh no, she turned back into a cat. But I think by the time about March rolls around, I'll have really buttoned everything up to the point of like just get through convention season, then it'll be easy peasy to scoot to the French. Mashed taters sometimes look like a pillow. I can't blame you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, now I want mashed potatoes tonight. Sounds good. Mashed potatoes always sound good, though. She just runs away with it. Unhinged. You gonna come back out, PB? The PB will come out when she wants to, because she has the toy, and she's going to be a crazy butt. She's bewildered. Alright, we got a couple more minutes to play, girlfriend. And then tank time and story time. I'm so terrible about that though. Like I convince myself that I'm not going to fall asleep when I know damn well in my soul I'm going to fall asleep. Like I'm actively like nodding off. And I convince myself that like either I'm not that tired and it's not actually happening or it's not a big deal, or that I can, which is even worse, close my eyes for 2 seconds and it'll be fine. Because no, it's not fine. You end up flumped back over, and thankfully the cats are well behaved enough to know better than to eat your food while you're asleep. But then 2 hours later and all your dinner is sitting out and you're still hungry because you didn't finish eating. But you're not going to eat at that point because you're just going to go right back to sleep because you're exhausted. But you still have to do head count and make sure everyone is okay. But you're tired, so you have to do it like 6 times. And then you're awake by the time you get back to bed. And it's... I know the tax that I'm paying when I sign up for the tired time. But I always think that I'm not going to pay that tax. And then I do pay that tax. And it's not how it's supposed to go. It's not ideal. What are you doing, Tiny? Chair time. Beast. Beastie, beastie, beast. I love the human brain, honestly. Like, why does it have to... It's fascinating and it's annoying, but it's also fascinating that you can actually convince yourself that, like, oh, I'm not going to fall asleep. Or that you can fall asleep for 2 seconds. Like, it does not ever work that way. That's the definition of insanity, is trying the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result when you get the same result every time. Why does the human mind allow you to do that? Why? Why, peeps? Do you want to come on out and do some time, girlfriend, so that you're bored and you just want to emotionally eat? And I think that would be a good choice. I think that would. Oh, excuse me. She's just distracted by her own little world now. Come here, BB. Meow meow. Meow. Come here. She's a face girly. Like how Daisy was a food girly and we would just have to say food. And then she would come running. BB wants your face. So now she's purring. She's excited at the idea of running out and rubbing up. But she's just not physically there yet. Come here, Mama. Or maybe she's gonna fall asleep right there. I don't know. Either is possible. Or jump on the toy again. That's possible too. Hi, Stinky. Come here. Hi. Oh, you're a face girly. See, that right there tells me she was very bonded with her mom. Oh, do you like my eyebrows too? Are you gonna lick them? That's lovely. Ha ha. Baby scoop. Baby scoop. You gotta be fast with that one. Baby scoop. Baby scoop. She's a little beast from the Sandlot under there. She's so funny. It makes me laugh so much. Hold on. Hold on. Where are you going? Where are you going? She can hold on to the shirt way better than she can hold on to my hoodies. I want to hold you. I want to hold you. I want to love you. Bitch. You're never going to stop loving you, bitch. She's so cute. I tell her it's bedtime, and then I just let her do whatever she wants all over again. Like, I am a sucker. Not a good person. I'm not a saint. I'm just a sucker. Just a motherfucker sucker. And that's okay. Come here, Peeves. Come here, baby pants. Okay. I love you. Say goodnight, everybody. Thank you for hanging out with me and my crazy temporary foster mom. Yes. Thank you guys for bringing me some milk. Thank you for telling me how cute I am. She purrs so big. It's a little crunchy right now. Maybe she has another upper respiratory infection. That would explain the inappetence. Cats have to be able to smell food to eat it. Or to want to eat it. It's why cat food is so stinky. I know, you're gonna be mad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know if that's the best choice. Now she's gonna eat a few bites. Good. I don't know if that's the best choice in the world, but it makes sense in my head that, like, the more bored she is, the more that she'll just want to, like, eat and sleep. Or maybe I'm thinking of like human children. I don't know. Or just humans in general. That is true. And it always confused me when the last litter had it and it was all just tummy issues and no sneezies or anything of the sort. And it, good timing. Kind of boggled me as well that she seemed to both have an upper respiratory infection but have it be kind of asymptomatic, but have mostly GI issues and be positive for coronavirus too. It's just interesting. Because it's viral, but it is more a respiratory based thing. So, like, why, just in general, is it giving you the shits? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what your tummy has to do with your lungsies, but okay. That is true. The babies did have void antibodies. And PB only got antibodies up to like 5 weeks old. Now she has a few new ones from her last round of shots, but not all of them yet. We got her milkies in the fridge. Chauncey, you're so cute. Chauncey looks like such a thug with his neck wrap on. He's so cool. He's got his, oh, that's my pink hoodie. His pink bathrobe is over there too. I'm not gonna lie, it really scared me to take PB on with her being so young. Like kittens just have they're like chickens and goats. Like they just have a horrible mortality rate, and one tiny little thing causes, Charlie says hi, all of the troubles in the world. They're so damn fragile before they get to like 11 weeks old. So she's still in the fragility state, but like a week ago I would have said she was thriving. Those first couple of nights with her, I was pretty scared that she wasn't gonna do well. And I'm so glad that she came about to do amazing. This bed is so small. It was originally for Munster, like it's a cat bed. And Chauncey just curls into it. All 60 pounds of him. All 58.6 pounds of him. Let me stand correct there. Jeez Louise. Slavka says hi. I really wish she could have been given a better chance at life at the start, but at the same time too, she was abandoned / in need at like the perfect age to grab them to socialize them also. Like just starting to wean and still curious about the world and yes, Slavka, that's true. Being very oh god, what's the word I'm looking for? Not manipulatable, but the more gentle version of that. More accepting of change and different ideals. Chauncey, you're so cute, and Slavka, you're so insane. So insane. This is what we do every morning when we wake up. We go outside with the dogs, and then we come back inside here, and Slavka demands her attention time. She has that morning, noon, and night. And then once in the afternoon, too, because everyone goes out 4 times a day at least. You got so big. You were a tiny little baby when you came in. Oh my goodness. Did she really? No, she did not. Oh my god. Just a little bit. Son of a bitch. You asshole. Why did you do that? Is it fluffy? It shouldn't leave any hair in it at least. Now I gotta wipe your tail. Coffee is poison. Goodness golly. Baby girl, you just find trouble everywhere. You may be grown up now, but you're such a baby. Come here. her and Ringo were both approximately a year on December 13th, I think. Come here. I gotta wipe your tail. Then you can show everyone your box. I'm not pulling it. You just don't like your tail touched. Come here. She's very offended by that. I would like to state for the record, I'm not yanking her tail. I'm simply wiping it gently. And she does not like her tail messed with in general. It got floofy and she doesn't know what to do with it. She's going to be as floofy as little kid when she's full grown, I think. That's her box. She wants to show everyone her box. That's her box that got cut up today so that she can't go in the ceiling anymore. And it's Slavka. That's Slavka's box. That's her box. Don't touch her box. It's her box. It's her blue box. It's special. She is proud of her floofy tail, but she doesn't know how to manage or handle it yet. No free butts. She doesn't know how to accept all the pets back there yet. Oh my goodness. You're so cute. You're so cute. You're so wild and crazy, but you're so cute. Boop, boop, boop. All right, let Mom drink some coffee and cozy up here. I'm chilly. I don't know what kind of jacket to wrap. I have my floofy flannel out here, but I don't know if I want my floofy flannel, but I know I'm getting goose pimply. Jeez Louise. Oh, okay, only once. Did you just smack my butt? Hi, Chauncey. I love you. Oh, Chauncey's jelly. He's jelly belly. Oh, Chauncey, we match now, kind of. Not really. For a moment, I thought. Happy boy. Happy boy. I'm gonna chortle up a storm. Chauncey, you're on drugs. Mind your motor control, son. How's Chauncey doing? He's EDP. He's out a moment. He's doing pretty good. Graphic, relative, I don't know, mildly graphic content warning when he turns around again, I guess. Come here. Like, his incision isn't scary looking, but it's still an incision. It's still stitches, if that makes anyone anxious. Come here. Come here for the butt rubs. I'll give you some chicken if you turn around. Come here. Okay, well, he says we gotta look from over here because the lighting is better. His incision looks really good. Now that he's shaved, there's like a better view of how much his tumor kind of pokes out there. Should have the biopsy results by the end of this week because we know it's some kind of cancer, whether it's predominantly thyroid or predominantly lymphoma cells. We won't know until we get the biopsy. But he's in good spirits otherwise. Like, his habits really haven't changed other than he now gets a little bit grumpy when one of the kitties rubs too close to his face right after mealtime. Because I would assume that, I think I've said this before on stream, that it probably hurts to swallow food a little bit, like when we have a sore throat, kind of, and then like eat chips or something kind of crunchy. Probably feels funky. But he's doing really good otherwise. But that's why he's on drugs. Because on drugs, he doesn't care if anyone rubs by him. He's growled at Slavka, he's growled at Munster, and he's growled at Pippi. And every time it's happened, like, he hasn't snapped, but he is growling in a way that he's never done before and I don't think is acceptable. But I'm not going to, like, put the e-collar on him with this going on, and honestly, I don't want to punish him for it because I want good time together. So drugs it is. But each time it's happened, they're rubbing up on him, like, in his face, and it's right after mealtime, like within an hour after mealtime. It doesn't happen during the day. It's just after mealtime. So I think it's just him being uncomfortable and them getting too close. And he's giving a warning, but what comes after a warning is a bite, and I don't want anyone getting hurt. So he spends about an hour in his crate after mealtime and taking the droogs just to make sure that he's feeling good, you know? Don't mind, don't bother about nobody rubbing on him. He's genuinely a good dog, and on his better days, he would not want to bother anyone about that, and he would more than tolerate it. But I would venture to guess that it probably hurts a little bit after he's swallowed a bunch of bites that way. Yay for drugs! Yeah, you don't want to bite anyone on drugs. I was just shocked the first time it happened and marveled the second time it happened and just absolutely, it's like, oh, is it house time now? Absolutely dumbfounded. Oh yeah, Chauncey did other things too. The third time it happened and it's like, Jesus Christ, we're not doing this anymore. We're just not. We haven't had dinner yet. I'm sorry. You're all out of order here. So Chauncey was set up in his stall. I have a picture on my phone of it broken. But he broke out of his stall like this over here. I set it back up, but I need to take it back down because we're obviously not using it. And while I was asleep, he took, this door doesn't close anymore. I need to fix the hinges. He took this entire door off of the frame and it was laying over this chair. He took the entire door down while I was asleep and it only swings in. It doesn't swing out. He took the entire thing down while I was asleep, knocked it over onto here, and I woke up and I found him in the kitchen and the door sideways. Like, yes, you did that. You did that. You broke the door. You said, I don't want to be in there. Chauncey's a very good dog, but if he doesn't want to do something, he won't do it. That was an experience, though. Are you fucking kidding me? I don't want to be mad at you. I don't want to be mad at you. And you did something that makes me mad, son. Don't sniff baby butt. Oh, that's just rude. That's just rude. What are you doing? Where are you going? Where are you going, son? Yeah, you're just helping with home renovations. I said, Mom, we need to replace that door. It was DIY. We need to put a real door on there. Can't contain me with your fake doors. Little Slug is on the move. It more than likely was him. I cannot guarantee or promise that, but more than likely was him. Like, he snuggles with Munster all the time. He's fine with the cats. He's just, I think, owie after he eats. Are you owie after you eat? He's very extra vocal on drugs, too. It's funny. Were you helping with home renovations? You said this door is ugly. I don't want a room with that door on it. That's a normal Chauncey sound, for the record. That's not a problematic Chauncey sound. You're gonna make yourself cough. Goofy goober. That's a normal Chauncey sound. I love his sound effects. He has the funniest range of vocals. Hilarious. It was perfect timing to move this table back out here, though, because now there's no space for the crate that's over there, or the pop-up tent to be over here. It was not well thought out. It was well executed. No, but not well thought out. No, it was not, puppy. No, it was not. Okay, bye, Chauncey. I don't know where you think you're going over there. The door that you ran through and broke is closed, but oh, my bobby pin fell out. Alright, let me fix that and then I'll go see Mr. Tank. Hippie, I think you just tooted and I'm glad everyone feels relaxed while I'm on stream. That's wonderful. But I'd really prefer that we stop tooting up a storm over here. Don't mind my pile of outside winter clothes. Still need to get a pair of snow pants, and instead I'm using a big, thick pair of sweatpants instead. It works, but I'd like a pair of nice snow pants. Coffee. Oh, I probably want to grab my water too. It's story time. I think this is the chapter that has so long and thanks for all the fish. It feels like we're on the trajectory for that. Chauncey, you're in charge. Only grumble when appropriate to do so. boy. Hi, Bone Bear. Hi, boy. Hi, Mama. Hi, Mama. So Long and Thanks for All the Fish is the name of the one in the books too. No way. I mean, that absolutely makes sense. It's valid. I don't know why I'm surprised, but that's cool to learn. I think we're gonna go with this. Do you want to wear the sweater? Do you want to wear your sweater? Okay, we'll get your sweater first. Okay. Okay. Chauncey wants sweater. Where's your robe? Where's your big fancy Hugh Hefner robe? You fancy boy. Chauncey likes being fancy. Chauncey and Pippi really do like clothes. We're not just being, I mean, we are being frou-frou lala, but we're not just being frou-frou lala. They really do like it. Pippi, we should get matching pink for you soon. Oh, matching pink actually might be, good boy, Chauncey. Might be over here. It is. Here, let's switch yours too. And then I guess I get my sweater. Okay, Chauncey, we gotta give Pippi space too. Please. Please. Oh, thank you. You're a good boy. Look at him, so fancy and cozy. So fancy and cozy and toasty. Pippi, your booty. It's a booty. Don't be jelly. Don't be jelly. That's called being smelly. Don't be jelly. Don't be jelly. You just got your fancy robe on. And that can go in the orange. It's going to be a little warmer in the next couple of days. I have to clean the yard tomorrow, and I don't want to. Oh, Pippi, you hit your head. Honey. No, that's Pippi's. That's not toy. It's Pippi's. You might be too floof for this one right now. I don't know. Let's see. Where's Mom trying to go to? Match with Brother Bear. Chauncey, don't fucking do that. He rarely does that, but of course you're gonna choose right now to have that moment. It's like, I gotta assert my dominance in my pink bathrobe. Get your leggy. You're so fluffy right now, Pippi. You needed a haircut like a month ago. You need a haircut soon. Tidy you up by the end of the month so that you can grow out and be super cozy for conventions. I gotta get you a new vest because Grandpa has your old vest. Because it fits Sylvester. Chauncey being short hair would make sense. He would like it during the winter. I think so, definitely. He gets shaky when he comes inside if I don't put his blue coat on. He likes his parka. Oh, I know, you're baby. You're baby. It's the drugs and the inhibitions out the window. Pippi. Pippi just took over the world. Talk about inhibitions out the window. Watch your neck. You're chewing on my socks. What are you on about? No free butts. No free butts. Come here. Chauncey Magoo. Come here. Chauncey, do you want to show how sweet you are? Chauncey, hug. I want a hug. Give me a hug. I mean, are you going to know how to do that on drugs? He's like, I'm already standing next to you, stupid. Chauncey, I want a hug. Give me a hug. Give me a hug. Oh, thank you. It's not a special trick. He just turns around and faces me when I ask for a hug. Alright, you gotta be a chili bean and go see Mr. Tank. I got my sweater now, I think. I think. Ah. Are you chewing my sweater? Thanks. I appreciate you fixing that for me. Gunther was snuggling on this, so I'm sure it's gonna be quite floof. What are you doing? You smell the kitties? You smell the kitties? You gotta snuff this water. Okay, we're over it. Yes, that's Locke's box. That's your house. That's your bed. That's your sister. That's your everything. That's your door. That's your house. That's your life. You're so sweet and silly. You want some chimkin? What about when we come back upstairs? Because it is close to mealtime. We can come back upstairs. If I don't remember, we gotta remind me. Chauncey wants chimkin. I mean, I introduced the idea, but he always wants chimkin. All right, Stinkies. I love ya. I love ya. I love ya. You're feeling silly right now, Chauncey. You might steal those socks. Back in the darkness. In the darkness. Chong, you're the cutest little pillow. Meow. Mr. Tank. Hi, boob. Hi, boobula. Hi, boobula. What's he doing? What's he doing? It's snack time. But playtime first, and then snack time. Playtime, then snack time. Playtime, then snack time. Playtime, then snack time. Your bed is so cozy. You're so good at using the stairs. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. You're so smart. You're so smart. Ooh, what kind of chimkin did you have? Chauncey has chicken tendies. I will not judge if you are twinning. But I'm guessing it was a bit more sophisticated than that. Mr. Tank, it was supposed to be playtime, son. It's supposed to be playtime. Is it lovey time instead? We did some plays earlier. Let's do some loves. If you get overstimmied, then we'll do some plays. I bet Tank was the cutest kitten. Like, there's no such thing as an ugly kitten, but I bet Tank was the cutest baby. I would pay good money to see you as a baby and take you in from then on, but oh my goodness. I never thought he would be this sweet and snuggly and cute and close and marvelous and amazing, and I'm so proud of him. I'm so proud of you. You have come so far. You really like the smell of my sleeves, huh? I'm glad I couldn't figure out my other top so that we could wear this one tonight then. Leftover Costco chicken that we made a sandwich out of. Oh, that sounds good. Like rotisserie chicken? I think that's what my grandpa used to buy to make chicken salad, if I'm not mistaken. Like for a chicken salad sandwich. That was the only kind of salad sandwich I was really into. Egg salad? Meh. Chicken salad was okay, but we never had it at my house because my dad didn't like it. It was like a special grandma and grandpa's house treat. We'll have to compare notes on Sam's chicken and Costco chicken with Chauncey. I gotta get to Sam's sometime this week. Gotta get a boatload of chicken nuggets, and I have like no groceries. I'm being very creative with my food right now. I still have a little bit of carry out left, and beyond that, it's just like nibbles of randomness. What do you think, Tank? How do you make them? The rotisserie chicken? Do you make it personally yourself? Are you a chef Tank? Chef Tank. I can see that. I can see him in a little chef hat and a chef outfit barking orders. Taste testing everything. I could see that happening. I think that's a valid reality. Tank is a chicken of the sea guy. I don't think Tank has ever had tuna. My cats, I don't think, really get tuna unless they aren't eating, and it's like, oh my god, what can I give you to make you eat? Oh, snuggly boy. Snuggly. Street cats get tuna when trying to trap them, but... See, he's fussy, he's pouting. He hasn't finished his hydrated food. I think he likes the satisfaction of the crunchy kibble, but he shouldn't be on the crunchy kibble permanently anyway. That was just a convenience choice that I made when the last litter was born. It's like, oh my god, I cannot expend time on this right now. You can eat kibblies for a couple months. And based on the measuring cup, comparing this to that, I think I was feeding him like at least a third of a cup more than I should have been. That's all my bad. Plus you being in the cone for a while, not wanting to play. You can't be chunky though. I mean, you're my cute little robust man, and it's just all more of you to love, but you got bad hips, my friend. Tank is Gordon Ramsay. I can see him calling me an idiot sandwich. Holding 2 cans of cat food against my head. I'd absolutely. That's what his next Halloween costume is going to be. Which is not a costume at all, because I don't feel like Gordon Ramsay would be allowing other people to dress him up. We'll just have to imagine it. Tank, do you think mommy is an idiot sandwich? Say yes. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I do, I do, I do. I sure do. So he scratched himself open a little bit, but thankfully he's kind of stopped about it. And it's a-okay. Oh, are we a wild man? Okay, let's play. Oop. I didn't think that would... Boople. Play! Play! Might be in the mood for it, he might be pouty. Yay? Nay? Maybe? That's what he did earlier. He's just like, no, Mom, it's treat time. It's time for the treats. It's time for the treatinator. It's time for the treatinator. Can't be copying Marbles flavor tank. Yeah, exactly. Can't do that. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, see, that's why we use the stairs. Is that not cognitive with playtime efforts? He's fast as fuck, boy. Fast as fuck, boy. Go get it. Doop, 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 doop. He's looking at me like I'm so stupid. I love that for him. No, I tripped over the stairs. Boop. Ah, boop. Get to follow it up here. What is it doing? What is it doing? I love how calculated Tank is with his efforts. 99% of the time, he knows exactly what he's doing and how much effort to put into it. He's studying. He's strategizing right now. Oh, did I leave the blanket plugged in? Oh, shit. Yes, I did. Well, you had a heated blanket for 2 more hours after Mommy woke up, huh? That was exciting, I bet. Get it. There you go. Be big and tall. Be big and tall and wild. Oh. You almost skabootied your booty there. Tank, that's such a lazy way to play. If you can move enough to where you don't have to guard your butt, you can go get the banana. You can go get the banana. 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 Oh, he got embarrassed. Tankers. Oh, I didn't mean for it to go that way. Mommy can't throw. Boop. Banana. 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 Tank. No, banana time. It's not snack time yet. It's banana time. Got the banana. Banana secured. I thought you were gonna roll over the edge. I misjudged that in the camera view. Banana secured. Banana is secured. He's like, but snack. Snack, my old friend. Snack. You can see it on his face. Okay, Tank, you win. I would consider cutting out snack time, but they're pretty low calorie. It doesn't really matter. Changing general dietary habits and incorporating more playtime is what will make all the difference. I think we gotta open a new box, Tank. Banana planted at site A. I love the carryover from Cat Lady to Counter-Strike with simply the banana toy. I love it. It feeds my soul. Just like snack feeds Tank. They're what? Why doesn't it say on the outside of the box like it does for people food? It's very back ass words to me. You gotta open a new box, friend. Hold on. Yeah, the whole thing is. There isn't on there. 16 calories. 16 kcal. I still don't know what the difference between a kcal and a cal is, but it stands for kitty calories. That's what a kcal is. Kitty calories. Oh, Mr. Tank, you've got to be patient, Tank. You have got to wait. Oh, Mr. Tank, Mr. Baby Tank. You're getting really big for your motherfucking britches, boy. No, you gotta wait. That's very, very brave and choiceful of you today. Yes. With your fancy plate. Jump careful. Thank you. I know he doesn't do it, but I do a little internal every time he jumps. He trashed us, and then we'll bop in with Gigi. No, actually, I'm gonna grab her food, so we're not going in and out of there twice. So Tank will be showing off his eating skills for a moment. Low and slow Gigi hour. Tank, we love you. Did I kiss your butt? I love your butt. You're my favorite butt. I love you. I love you. Don't play favorites, but he's my favorite butt. He is very proficient at eating. He's a good eater. He has been from the start. That's how we worked our way into his heart, is with food. I wish that would only work with Gigi. I completely accept if she has to be a barn cat. Hi, Gigi. Hi, baby princess girl. But I think I will have difficulty looking at that as... Oops. I just dropped everything. Would have been a big scary sound. We'll have difficulty for a while, I think, reframing that in my mind pre and post of that was the right choice, I guess. Oh God, what did I just do? I did something. Or Kick is doing something. One of the two. Oh, Kick is definitely doing something. That's really fucked up. Mute toggle is so funky. I don't think I said anything important. I'm just really trying to maintain like a cautious sense of optimism. I feel like her eyes are getting less angry. She looks more curious than angry, I guess. Just, I don't know, maybe wishful thinking on my part, but just keep reminding myself more than anything that, like, even if this isn't ideal for her and she's not happy and she's upset being around people, she's warm, she's safe. That's the important part. If she has to be a barn kitty, she will still be warm and safe. And no matter what, she is not unspayed, having more babies, unvaccinated, out in the world having a tougher time than she needs to. Despite getting abducted by aliens. There you go, sweet girl. What was the flavor of the day? I didn't even look. It wasn't too stinky, so I didn't think it was shrimp. The shrimp one smells so bad. It's so stinky. It's the stinkiest churro. Hangry. This one's chicken with scallops. You're fancy tonight, girlfriend. Fancy, fancy. Fancy schmancy. Story time. You guys have to let me know if she pokes her little head out. I doubt she will, but she might. You never know. Tonight might be the night. See, when she does that, I'll be so excited that I'll scream, which is the problem. You have to be mindful to not screech like a banshee with victory. Try as I might. Chapter 4 of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. See, it's 2:29. So we probably got in here like 2:25. And our 30-minute low and slow, not DJ, but story time hour. Far away in the opposite spiral arm of the galaxy, 500,000 light years from the star's soul, Safed Beeblebox, president of the Imperial Galactic Government, sped across the seas of Damagron, his ion drive delta boat winking and flashing in the Damagron sun. Damagron the hot, Damagron the remote, Damagron the most almost totally unheard of. Damagron, the secret home of the Heart of Gold. That's where I'm from. Just kidding. The boat sped on across the water. It would be some time before it reached its destination because Damagron was such an inconveniently arranged planet. It consists of nothing but middling to large desert islands, separated by very pretty but annoying wide stretches of ocean. The boat sped on. Because of its topographical awkwardness, Damagron has always remained a deserted planet. This is why the Imperial Galactic Government chose Damagron for the Heart of Gold project, because it was so deserted and the Heart of Gold project was so secret. So secret. The boat zipped across the sea that lay between the main islands and the only archipelago of useful size on the whole planet. Safed Beeblebrox was on his way from the tiny spaceport of Easter Island. The name was entirely meaningless coincidence. In galactic speak, Easter means a solid and flat light brown, to the Heart of Gold Island, which was another meaningless coincidence called France. French slander. One of the side effects of work in the Heart of Gold was a whole string of pretty meaningless coincidences. But it was not in any way a coincidence that today, the day of the culmination of the project, the day of the unveiling, the day that the Heart of Gold was finally able to be introduced to the marveling galaxy, was also a great day of culmination for Safed Beeblebrox. It was the sake of the day. It was for the sake of the day that he had first decided to run for presidency, a decision which had sent shockwaves of astonishment throughout the Imperial Galaxy. Safed Beeblebrox? President? Not the Safed Beeblebrox. Not the president. Many had seen it as clinching proof that the whole known creation had gone bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S. It's a good thing Automod is retired. It would have been bonked by the French slander. I don't think it's retired. I think it's everyone's just been nicer lately, which I appreciate. Or the ridiculousness hasn't been so severe as to trigger it. I think it's still going, or maybe it's toggled off. I honestly don't know at this point. Whenever things get updated, things toggle back and forth too. Like my settings go back to default, and it's annoying because it's like, oh God, let me go through everything and double check. But that's a very petty issue. That's an extremely first world problem. A glimmer of hope. Oh my God. And cross fingers and paws that it's become a bit more accepting of all opinions in the world. Where was I? Bananas. Bananas is the word of the night. Safed grinned and gave the boat an extra kick of speed. Safed Beeblebrox, adventurer, ex-hippie, good timer, crook, quite possibly, manic self-publicist, terribly bad at personal relationships, often thought to be completely out to lunch. President? No one had gone bananas, not in that way at least. Only 6 people in the entire galaxy understood the principle upon which the galaxy was governed, and they knew that once Safed Beeblebrox had announced his intention to run as president, it was more or less a fait accompli. He was the ideal president fodder.
Why is that asterisk? That is an immensely large, tiny asterisk. Referring to president, the full title of the president of the Imperial Galactic Government. The term imperial is kept, though now it is an anachronism. Its hereditary emperor is nearly dead and has been for many centuries. In the last moments of his dying coma, he was locked in a stasis field, which keeps him in a state of perpetual unchangingness. All his heirs are now long dead, and this means without any drastic political upheaval, power is simply and effectively moved a rung or two down the ladder. It is now seen to be vested in a body that acts simply as advisors to the emperor, an elected governmental assembly headed by a president elected by that assembly. In fact, it vests no such place. The president in particular was very much figurehead. He wields no real power whatsoever. He is apparently chosen by the government, but the qualities he is to display are not those of leadership, but those of finely judged outrage. For this reason, the president is always a controversial choice, always an infuriating but fascinating character. His job is not to wield power, but to draw attention away from it. On those criteria, Zaphod Beeblebrox is one of the most successful presidents of the galaxy it's ever had. He had already spent 2 of his 10 presidential years in prison for fraud. Very few people realize that the president and the government have virtually no power at all. And these few people only know 6 once ultimate political power is wielded. Most of the others secretly believe that the ultimate decision-making process is handled by a computer. They couldn't be more wrong. Okay. When they completely failed to understand why it was Zaphod doing it, he banged sharply, shooting a wild wall of water at the sun. Today was the day. Today was the day that they would realize what Zaphod had been up to. Today was what Zaphod Beeblebrox's presidency was all about. Today was his 200th birthday, but that was just another meaningless coincidence. He skipped his boat across the seas of Damagron and smiled quietly about himself with the wonderful, exciting day it was going to be. He relaxed and spread his 2 arms lazily along the seat back. He stared with an extra arm he'd recently fitted just beneath his right one to help improve his ski boxing. Hey, he cooed to himself. You're a real cool boy, you. But his nerves sang a song shriller than a dog whistle. The island of France was about 20 miles long, 5 miles across the middle, sandy and crescent-shaped. In fact, it seemed to exist not as an island in its own right, but simply a means of defining the sweep and curve of the huge bay. So kind of like Florida, but like attached. His impression was heightened by the fact that the inner coastline of the crescent consisted almost entirely of steep cliffs. From the top of the cliff, the land sloped slowly down 5 miles to the opposite shore. On top of the cliff stood a reception committee. It consisted in a large part of the engineers and researchers who had built the Heart of Gold, mostly humanoid, but here and there are a few reptiloid automaneers. Automaneers? 2 or 3 green sylph-like maxi-megagalacticians, an optopic Sisucturalist or 2, and Hulavu. A Hulavu is a super intelligent shade of the color blue. All except the Hulavu. That one goes in circles in my mouth. Were resplendent in their multicolored ceremonial lab coats. The Hulavu had been temporarily fractured into a freestanding prison for the occasion. There was a mood of immense excitement thrilling through all of them. Together, between them, they had gone to and beyond the furthest limits of physical laws, restructured the fundamental fabric of matter, strained, twisted, and broken the laws of possibility and impossibility. Still, with the greatest excitement that seemed to be to meet a man with an orange sash around his neck. An orange sash was what the president of the galaxy traditionally wore. It might not have even made a difference to them if they had known exactly how much power the president of the galaxy actually wielded. None at all. Only 6 people in the galaxy knew the job of the galactic president was not to wield power, but to attract attention away from it. Foreshadowing, we already knew that. Zaphod Beeblebrox was amazingly good at his job. The crowd gasped, dazzled by the sun and seamanship, as the presidential speedboat zipped around the headland into the bay. It flashed and shone as it became scatting over the sea in wide, skidding turns. In fact, it didn't need to touch the water at all, because it wasn't supported by a hazy cushion of ionized atoms, but just for the effect it was fitted with thin fin blades, which could be lowered into the water. They slashed sheets of water hissing into the air, carving deep gashes into the sea, which swayed crazily and sank back from foaming in the boat's wake as it cantered across the bay. Zaphod loved effect. It was what he was best at. He twisted the wheel sharply, and the boat skidded round, the wild, scathing skid between the cliff face, and dropped to rest slightly on the rocking waves. Within seconds, he ran out to the deck and waved and grinned at 3 billion people. 3 billion people weren't actually there, but they watched his every gesture through the eyes of a small robot Tri-D camera, which hovered obsequiously in the air nearby. The antics of the president always made an amazingly popular Tri-D. That's what people were for. That's what they were for. He grinned again. 3 billion and 6 people didn't know it, but today would be a bigger antic than anyone had ever bargained for. The robot camera homed in for a close-up view on the more popular of his two heads, and he waved again. He was roughly humanoid in appearance, except for the extra head and third arm. His fair tousled hair stuck out in random directions. His blue eyes glinted with something completely unidentifiable, and his chins were almost always unshaven. A 20-foot high, transparent globe floated next to his boat, rolling and bobbing, glistening in the brilliant sun. Inside it floated a wide semicircular sofa upholstered in glorious red leather. The more the globe bobbed and rolled, the more the sofa stayed perfectly still, steady as an upholstered rock. Again, all done for effect as much as anything. Sorry, I didn't mean to elbow your spot. It's very creative, but they're quite tongue twisters. And the fact that so often, like Ford prefix, Zaphod Beeblebrox, the full name is used constantly. It's over. It's a word salad, but it's still good. Where did I stop? Zaphod stepped through the wall of the... Okay, they only used his name once there. I'm giving him credit for that. Thank you, Douglas Adams. Stepped through the wall of the globe and relaxed on the sofa. He spread 2 arms along the back and with the third brushed some dust off his knee. His head looked about, smiling, and he put his feet up. At any moment, he thought, he might scream. Water boiled up from underneath the bubble. It seethed and spouted. The bubble surged up into the air, bobbing and rolling on the water spout. Up it climbed, throwing stilts of light at the cliff. Up it surged on the jet, and the water falling from beneath it, crashing back into the sea hundreds of feet below. Zaphod smiled, picturing himself. He's very modest. A thoroughly ridiculous form of transport, but thoroughly a beautiful one. At the top of the cliff, the globe wavered for a moment, tipped onto a railed ramp, rolled down into a small concave platform, and riddled to a halt. To tremendous applause, Zaphod Beeblebrox stepped out of the bubble, his orange sash blazing in the light. The president of the galaxy had arrived. He waited for the applause to die down and then raised his hand in greeting. "Hi," he said. A government spider sidled up to him and attempted to press a copy of his prepared speech into his hands. Pages 3 to 7 of the original version at the moment were floating soggily on the Damagron Sea, some files out the bay. Pages 1 and 2 had been salvaged by a Damagron fawn-crested eagle and had already become incorporated into an extraordinary new form of nest in which the eagle had invented. It was constructed largely of papier-mâché, and it was virtually impossible for a newly hatched baby eagle to break out of it. The Damagron fawn-crested eagle had heard of the notion of survival of the species and wanted no truck with it. Zaphod Beeblebrox would not be needing his set speech, as he gently deflected the one being offered to him by the spider. "Hi," he said again. Everyone beamed at him, or at least nearly everyone. He singled out Trillian from the crowd. Trillian was a girl that Safed had picked up recently while visiting a planet, just for fun, incognito. She was slim, darkish, humanoid, with long waves of black hair, a full mouth, an odd little knob of a nose, and ridiculously brown eyes. With her red head scarf knotted in a particular way and her long, flowy brown dress, she looked vaguely Arabic. Not that anyone there had ever heard of an Arab, of course. The Arabs had recently ceased to exist, and even when they existed, they were 500,000 light years away from Damagron. Trillian wasn't just anyone in particular, or so Zaf had claimed. She went right around him with a rather lot and told him what she thought of him. "Hi, honey," he said to her. She flashed him a quick, tight smile and looked away. Then she looked back for a moment, smiling more warmly. But by this time, he was looking at something else. "Hi," he said to a small knot of creatures from the press that were standing nearby, wishing he would stop saying hi and get on with the quotes. He grinned at them particularly because he knew in those few moments he would be giving them one hell of a quote. The next thing he said was not a lot of use to them, though the officials of the party had irritably decided that the president was not in a clear mood to read the deliciously turned speech that had been written for him. He had flipped off the switch on the remote control device in his pocket. Away from them, a huge white dome that bulged against the sky cracked down the middle, split, and slowly folded itself down to the ground. Everyone gasped, although they'd known it perfectly well it was going to do that because they'd built it that way. Beneath it lay uncovered a huge starship, 150 meters long, shaped like a sleek running shoe, perfectly white and mind-bogglingly beautiful. At the heart of it, unseen, lay a small gold box, which carried within it the most brain-wrenching device ever conceived, a device that made the starship unique in the history of the galaxy, a device which the starship had been named after, the Heart of Gold. "Wow," said Zaf Beeblrocks to the Heart of Gold. There wasn't much else he could say. He said it again because he knew it would annoy the press. "Wow." You say it like Owen Wilson. "Wow." The crowd turned their faces back to him expectantly. He winked at Trillian, who raised his eyebrows and widened her eyes at him. She knew what he was about to say and thought him a terrible show-off. "That really is amazing," he said. "That really is truly amazing. That is so amazingly amazing, I think I'd like to steal it." A marvelous presidential quote, absolutely true to form. The crowd laughed appreciatively. The newsmen gleefully punched buttons on their sub-etha newsmatics, and the president grinned. As he grinned, his heart screamed unbearably, and he fingered the small pearly-somatic bomb that nestled quietly in his pocket. Finally, he could bear it no more. He lifted his hands up to the sky, let out a wild whoop in major thirds, threw the bomb to the ground, and ran forward to the sea of frozen beaming smiles. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. I can probably get about halfway through 5. It's both easy and challenging to make 10 to 15-minute segments to give her time so it's not too overwhelming. Do you wonder if Douglas Adams expected them to have been read aloud, maybe even sounded them out himself? I do feel like, I mean, all fiction books are written this way to some extent, to whatever extent. I feel like Twilight, for example, is like less imaginable than something like this, but it really allows you to paint a picture, but your own picture in your head, I guess, reading it to yourself versus reading it aloud. It's just a lot of names. I don't think the read-alouders were his target audience. Mega cuts of Owen Wilson with all his wows jammed together. His wow is legendary. I, for a while, was apparently saying wow like that until it was pointed out to me. Now, whenever I say it like that, I can't not picture him. It's a whole situation. There's a Slavka at the door. There's a Slavka at the door. Prostetnik Vogan Jeltz was not a pleasant sight, even for other Vogons. His highly doomed nose ran high across his small piggy forehead. His dark rubbery green skin was thick enough for him to play the game of Vogon civil service politics, and played it well, and waterproof enough for him to survive indefinitely at sea depths down to 1,000 feet with no ill effects. Not that he ever went swimming, of course. His busy schedule would not allow it. He was the way he was because billions of years ago, when the Vogons had first crawled out the sluggish primeval seas of the Vogue sphere, he had lain panting and heavy on the planet's virgin shores, when the first rays of the bright young Vauxhall sun had shone across them in the morning. It was as the forces of evolution had simply given up on them then and there, had turned aside in disgust and written them off as ugly and unfortunate mistake. They never evolved again. They should have never survived. Oh, sheesh. Dang. Okay. The fact that they did is some kind of tribute to the thick-willed, slug-brained stubbornness of these creatures. Evolution, they said to themselves. Who needs that? And what nature refused to do for them, they simply did without until such time they were able to rectify the gross anatomical inconveniences with surgery. Meanwhile, the natural forces on the planet Vogsphere had been working overtime to make up for their earlier blunder. They brought forth scintillating, jewel-scuttling crabs, which the Vogon ate, smashing their shells with iron mallets. Tall, aspiring trees of breathtaking slenderness and color which the Vogons had cut down and burned the crab meat with. Elegant gazelle-like creatures with silken coats and dewy eyes, which the Vogons would catch and sit on. They were of no use for transport because their backs would snap instantly, but the Vogons sat on them anyway. Thus the planet Vogsphere whiled away in the unhappy millennia until the Vogons just suddenly discovered the principles of interstellar travel. Within a few short Vogue years, every last Vogon had migrated to the Metabranchus cluster, the political hub of the galaxy, and now formed the immensely powerful backbone of this galactic civil service. They have attempted to acquire learning, and they have attempted to require style and social graces. But in most respects, the modern Vogon is a little different from his primitive forebears. Each year, they import 27,000 scintillating, jewel-scuttling crabs from their native planet, while away a happy drunken night smashing them to bits with iron mallets. Nostalgia. Prostetnik Vogon Jeltz was a fairly typical Vogon in the way that he was thoroughly vile. Also, he did not like hitchhikers. Somewhere in a small dark cabin, buried deep in the intestines of the Prostetnik Vogon Jeltz flagship, that's a mouthful, a small match flared nervously. The owner of the match was not a Vogon, but he knew all about them, and he was right to be nervous. His name was Ford Prefect. He looked about the cabin. Oh, wait, we have a notation for Mr. Prefect. Ford Prefect's original name is only pronounceable in an obscure Betelgeusian dialect, now virtually extinct since the great collapsing rung disaster of Gal Cid year 03758, which wiped out all the Praxivital Slavka and Tank are playing, and Charlie is being mad about it. Which wiped out all the old Praxivital communities on Betelgeuse 7. Ford's father was the only man on the entire planet to survive the great collapsing Hrung disaster. By an extraordinary coincidence, he was never able to satisfactorily explain. The whole episode is shrouded in deep mystery. In fact, no one knew what a Hrung was, or why it had chosen to collapse on Betelgeuse 7 particularly. Ford's father, magnanimously waving aside the clouds of suspicion that he had inevitably settled around him, came to live on Betelgeuse 5, where he had both fathered and uncled Ford. In memory of his now dead race, he had christened him the ancient Praxivital tongue. Because Ford had never learned to say his original name, his father eventually died of shame, which is still a terminal disease in some parts of the galaxy. The other kids at school nicknamed him Ix, which is the language of Betelgeuse 5 translates to boy who is not satisfactorily able to explain what a Hrung is, nor why would it choose to collapse on Betelgeuse 7. He looked about the cabin, but he could see very little. Strange, monstrous shadows loomed and leapt with the tiny flickering flame, but all was quiet. He breathed a silent thank you to Demistras. The demis, the denstrasis, dentracy, are an early tribe of Gramons, a wild but pleasant bunch from which the Vogons had recently taken to employing as catering staff on their long-haul fleets, on the strict understanding that they keep themselves very much to themselves. This suited the denstracists. I don't know why this is breaking my brain. Fine, because they loved Vogon money, which was one of the hardest currencies in space, but loathed the Vogons themselves. The only sort of Vogon a Dentrassi liked to see was an annoyed Vogon. It was because of this tiny piece of information that Fort Prefect was not now a whiff of hydrogen, ozone, and carbon monoxide. That's lucky. He heard a slight groan. By the light of the match, he saw a heavy shape moving towards the floor. Quickly, he shook the match out, reached in his pocket, and found what he was looking for and took it out. He ripped it open and shook it. He crouched on the floor, and the shape moved again. Ford Prefect said, "I bought some peanuts." Arthur Dent moved and groaned again, muttering incoherently. "Here, have some," urged Ford, shaking the packet again. "If you've never been through a matter transfer beam, you've probably lost some salt and protein. The beer you had should have cushioned your system a bit." "Ugh," said Arthur Dent. He opened his eyes. "It's dark," he said. "Yes," said Ford Prefect. "It's dark." "No light," said Arthur Dent. "Dark. No light." One of the things Ford Prefect has always found hard to understand about humans is their continually stating and repeating the very obvious, as in, "It's a nice day," or "You're very tall," or "Oh dear, you seem to have fallen down a 30-foot well. Are you all right?" At first, Ford had formed a theory to account for this strange behavior. If human beings don't keep exercising, if human beings don't keep exercising their lips, he thought, their mouths probably seize up. It's my excuse for yapping. After a few months' consideration and observation, he abandoned this theory in favor of a new one. If they don't keep on exercising their lips, he thought, their brains start working. After a while, he abandoned this one as well as being obstructively cynical, and he decided that he quite liked human beings after all, but he had always remained desperately worried about the terrible number of things that he didn't know about. Yes, he agreed with Arthur. No light. He helped Arthur to some peanuts. "How do you feel?" he asked him. "Like a military academy," said Arthur. "Bits of me keep on passing out." Ford stared at him blankly in the darkness. "If I asked you where the hell we are," said Arthur weakly, "would I regret it?" Ford stood up. "We're safe," he said. "Oh, good," said Arthur. "We're in a small galley cabin," said Ford, "in one of the spaceships on the Vogon constructor fleet." "Ah," said Arthur. "This is obviously some strange usage of the word safe that I wasn't previously aware of." I'll pause there, because I think that's for 30 minutes. My eyes are tired. My brain is eepy. I think that's a fair spot to kind of switch their dialogue with that's a Great Dane ear. That's a big dog ear. Yapping 1000% explained. That's why. Otherwise my lips will just fall off. Mm. All right, Miss G, we're gonna get some food, mommy. We're gonna get some food. You did not come out for your true. You need to fucking come out for your true. Where'd the spoon go? There it is. I'm crossing fingers and paws for some eats tonight. I have not been sleeping anywhere well as much as I should be, or as well, or as deeply. And that's understandable. I mean, I know that knowing what Chauncey's results are gonna be, won't change the reality of anything. But I'm anxious to know
I'm having night terrors again. It's showing up in them, and I know it's heavy on my mind. Just trying to accept it. There's a phrase I read earlier. I'm gonna paraphrase it because I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was about not borrowing grief from the future. I'm trying to apply that to the anxiety mentality. We know this about me. I'm a need to know girly. I need to know things. You want your food, Miss Gigi? Miss Lady, you look much less angry. You just gotta give me some slow blinks back. You can do it. Do it. And she's not hiding during story time. She's interested. She used to turn around and just give me her butt. So I think that's, if not progress, at least tolerance. We're trying. That's all you can do in life is just try. You need to stop taking naps mid-dinner. I know, I don't know why that happens, but it does. It happens way more often than I like to admit. And thankfully the boys are very good and they don't eat my food, but I don't know why that happens. Oh, we gotta give Chauncey some chicken when we get upstairs. I think she is enjoying this storyline. I mean, she probably feels like she was abducted by aliens, so we're on the right path for that. Unfortunately / fortunately. Alright, Miss Lady Ma'am. You gotta crunch your munchies. You gotta do all the good stuff. I will be back with you tomorrow afternoon. Darkness. Love you, Jeeves. Hello, Grumpy Charlie. Charlie says, Mom, you're late for dinner. Well, I was late for breakfast, so technically we're on time. Don't you know? Don't you know, Margot? Oi. Up and away. Up and away. To the recycler. And then the stream room, eh? Wee. Chauncey chicken, eh? Chicken, chicken, chicken. Chicka, chicka, bow, bow. Bow, chicka, bow, bow. And Chauncey. Hello, Charlie. Are you a fussy wussy? Fussy wussy wasn't a bear. Fussy wussy was a Charlie. I did not know that. Now we do. Isn't that fascinating? I'm grateful to know that too. I got a kid's meal because I wanted fries. I got chicken tenders and fries. Just a couple bites. He had some chicken earlier. Yummy. Yummy, yummy, yummy. That primo chicken. Don't you know? The primo chicken. Hey, baby, see? He's so on drugs, he doesn't realize that all the good stuff is on the way. Hello, Monster. Do you want to? A piece just fell on me. Do you want that one? There you go. Yummy. 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 Tiny for Pippi. Are you gonna kill and die for chicken, Pippi? Good job, Chance. He's a good boy. No chicken boy. No chicken boy. Alright, back to home base. Back to home base. Chicken tendies are the cheat food for all. I feel like no diet should be any more restrictive than you want it to be, honestly. I feel like there's a lot of people that shade vegetarians for labeling themselves as vegetarians if they're actually pescatarian, like they'll eat fish occasionally or occasionally eat white meat. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, do what feels best and healthiest for your body. You don't have to adhere to strict restrictions of what the exact definition of something is. That's very cute, though. It is very hard to resist the smell. I think these are good chicken tendies. This is just a little hole in the wall place that I hadn't stopped before, and it was a big serving for a kid serving. Like, it filled the whole thing with fries and chicken. That's a lot of chicken for a kid's meal. I'll stop there again for him because he apparently really likes those. They did look good. If I ate chimkin, I would want to eat it. It looked very yummy. Flip us back over here. I'm sorry, Voya. I didn't realize you were behind my foot. I didn't like kick him, but I kind of did like a foot scoot. Monster just loves all food. He is the food boy. What did I just do with my top? I guess the buckle does do things. I accidentally unbuckled it. It didn't do anything except look stupid. But it did it. It unbuckled. I don't know how I bonked that. But apparently I did. It was perfect timing to snooze an ad. Alright, Club Cult, that is going to be our night for tonight. Thank you all for joining in for Low and Slow Storytime Hour with Gigi the feral cat, who we are giving a chance to be socialized before she... I love this voice that I'm adopting for the moment. Give her a chance to be a social lady before she maybe is a barn lady. Which phone? Which charger? This is so confusing for my noodle. Thank you all for hanging out with Miss PB and getting her Mlaco. And thank you all for playing some Doomsday. I think the 16th is a Monday, so I think we'll be playing it through the 15th. I kind of do want to make borscht for Valentine's. I feel like cosplay and cooking stream is a lot to throw together, but I kind of want to do it. Or we could make borscht for Galentine's. And then Harley around and maybe play some... we haven't played Lego Batman in so long. Maybe we'll do that on Valentine's Day. What was the recipe again? I'm so nervous to buy beets. I'm very, very nervous to buy beets. How do I even want to search this? I was gonna put how to buy beets. I feel like that's very vague though. There, how to select fresh beets. Bright green leaves, deep maroon coloring, unblemished skin, small and firm, taproot attached. I feel like that should have been common knowledge. That seems about right. That's scary, but like exciting. Regardless of if the texture is right or not, the flavor will be there. I'm not too concerned. How to buy beets is hardly the worst question asked of Google. Beers, beets, get Battlestar Galactica. I don't know. I felt weird how to phrase it, but that was more of what I was looking for. Is like what am I looking for at the grocery store to purchase them? You know, like when you're buying a cantaloupe, like you want to smell it, or however it tends to work around. That's so confusing. I just snoozed ads for 5 minutes and then it just popped up incoming ad break again in 2. Did I really just jack my jaws for 2.5 minutes? Probably, honestly. Okay, I'm gonna shut the fuck up now. Now that we know how to buy beets. I think that would be nice to make. I can still, like, not taste the flavor, obviously, but imagine how it was, and it was so good. I just wonder if mine will turn out, like, spicy. Like, I really thought there would be some horseradish, or maybe it was served with horseradish. like mixed in, and maybe that's what made it kind of spicy. There's an S in there somewhere. Oh, so it was probably scooped in. I don't have any horseradish. I should look for some. That's gonna go on the grocery list with Aldo's. It was so good. I liked it. It was so good. Horseradish is tasty. I didn't like it when I was younger, but I think it's an acquired, more mature taste. I don't think any kids really like most spicy things. Not spicy. It's like spicy in the way that wasabi is. It has a bite. He's good. Alright, Club Cult. That was going to be our night for tonight. Thank you all for your time, your chats, your support, being your wonderful selves, for your company. More than anything, thank you for your time. Time is very valuable. There's this finite thing that you only get so much of to do whatever the fuck you want with. And when you're able to spend your time here, it is an honor. It is a privilege. And thank you all so much. You can make more money. You can make more friends. You can make more silly little awesome human alert belts. You can make more hair clippies. I broke another piece off of these. That's what I get for buying a pack of them from like the Dollar Tree instead of Target. But that's just life. You cannot make more time. And thank you so much for yours. I am eternally a grateful girly. A grateful girly. If you guys would like to keep up with me offline, hop into the Disky Boo. Otherwise, we got the fun stuff, the socials, some more fun stuff, the schedule for when I will see you Bebs next. And thank you all for being part of the Stream the Dreams project. It means the world to me. And thank you all again for hanging out with little Miss Peavy. She's the cutest little bean in the whole world that ever little beaned in this world. I'm going to say that about every single kitten that we ever have, but I can't help it. It's a baby. It's so cute. It's a baby. Do me one favor until I see you Bebs next, and that is remember that you are wonderful, amazing, fantastic, phenomenal, spectacular, oh so gorgeous, and all the good things in the world. Take all those compliments and put them in your... I do have pockets in my hoodie. Your back pocket, your side pocket, your cute little... I did a cardigan, hoodie, whatever's going on there, pocket, your shirt pocket, floating in suspended animation, wherever it goes until I see you next. You sweet bubbos. Have a beautiful rest of your night. Get some good sleeps. Get some good eats. Have a beautiful start to your week. Make good choices. Don't do anything Voya or I wouldn't do. And... more than likely, PB will see you all tomorrow. Some Kimton therapy for coming down from Voldemort Day. Thank you all for being your wonderful selves, and have a beautiful rest of your night. Good nighty night. Get the best good eepy dreamies.